Drop myself through black holes and end up at your door. There's no one else to get home about. There's nothing else makes you twist. You set yourself overwhelmed by every little thing, torn apart, unraveled at the seams. I think you're rooted in the way I breathe, and I get drunk on a boy who asks me if I'm up, tells me he can't understand his luck, to know me, to love me, to hold me, show up. I'll be your empathetic savior, pull me up, pull me in later. You can praise me for the way I always know just what to say. I'll carve into your ribs and leave you crying for a kiss just for kicks. Cause nothing says she hates me, and I don't think that I hate me. But bad or good seems nothing could take away this tasteless haze, and nothing overtakes me, and I think I'm going crazy. But bad or good seems nothing could take away this tasteless haze of mine. I met a boy who never knew the taste of haze. Damn, the whole world is a stage, while I am 50 shades of beige. Sometimes I think, is this the way I'm supposed to be? Was I just built differently? Or is there something wrong with me? Cause there's a circuit in my chest to connect it from the rest of my mind. And it's the spot where my words are getting caught, and I try to walk it out from my brain. It's filled with thought, disconnecting my mind from my thoughts. Nothing says she hates me, and I don't think that I hate me. But bad or good seems nothing could take away this tasteless haze of mine. Nothing overtakes me, and I think I'm going crazy. But bad or good seems nothing could take away this tasteless haze of mine. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. It is Cryptomeria. And if you are not familiar with me, I'm an artist out of British Columbia, beautiful Canada, or what's left of it anyways after Trudeau and the Liberals. But hey, still hanging in there. So what I normally do is pull up a blog, and I do have today's blog, but I pulled this one up the other night, and it came up again, and I just thought it was so hilarious. So let's just share the screen. And yeah, I seem to have everything plugged in tonight. That's kind of weird.
I feel all right. Usually I'm like adjusting chords because I'm never quite ready. And this one is so hilarious. Like Scottish humor.
That's definitely a person. That's a girl. Excuse me.
You're okay. You're
It's
okay.
alright, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright.
You're okay. You're just a bit stuck. You're okay.
Oh, be careful.
We'll get you in the car. Maybe dry you up. How are you feeling there?
Yeah, look fine.
You look.
Tell us what happened.
What's been happening?
Do you mind if I have a wee drink?
Yes, I mind.
It's fine. On a night out, right? And I was out with my boyfriend. He sees this girl who's blonde with bigger boobs than me.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Asshole, right? Want me just to bugger off so you can go down the road with some wee skanky whore-looking piece of bleachy crap? Do you know what he done?
No.
He turned around and kissed her right in front of me. He was fingering her and all. No. I seen him. Do you mind if I phoned my mum? All right, you ball bag. Aye, you dumped. Aye, it's me. I hope you enjoy the wee bleachy twat. Bye.
I don't think was that your mum?
Oh God. I love their channel. Like they have some great. And I hate this how Google has this protect trans kids. It's like, protect them from groomers, maybe. Oh, this is going to be slow loading today. I can already tell. This was like, aw. Yay, let's start out with a happy story.
This is the first Lotto 649 Gold Ball jackpot won in any of the Prairie provinces.
Well done.
I thought 50,000. Okay, that's it. And I looked. There was $2 at the end of the, and then I went up to my husband, and he was taking a shower, and I got him out of the shower and said, "Tell me I'm not reading this wrong."
And of course, I focused on this appears to be, so I'm thinking, well, this is God. This can't be, how could this be real? This can't be real, but I'm going to go with it.
Then I picked my phone up and I started seeing these texts and this strange photograph of a lotto spot winner's screen that says, "It appears you won 50 million. And it just didn't compute. And my wife came down. I said, "There's something weird going on this morning." Yeah.
To tell you the truth, I couldn't sleep. I floated for the next, it took us about 9 days to receive the money to begin with. And then I couldn't come down to earth. I was not eating. I couldn't sleep. So my husband and I decided that on the 27th of December, after we got the money, we were flying. I'm originally from Chile. So I would go to Chile for 5 weeks and forget about it, and not other than giving money to my 4 kids and my nieces and my nephews and my sisters in Chile. We just took off and just got back from Chile. So now I guess I'm touching.
Like, what would you do if you won 50 million?
I landed fast. I was at
your
the
whole
Ford
life would
dealership the
change,
next day.
but you never have to work
8
again.
days later.
Or you could work. You could
time.
just do what you wanted.
These two were already retired, but I was still working. So my spouse and I both retired in January. So that was an interesting conversation with HR because I contacted them in January because we closed.
Hi, I quit.
New Year's, and said I'd like to, talk about retirement. And so, usually you give them a lot of notice.
It's like,
so
bye-bye.
when are you thinking? I was like, in a week.
Yeah,
Running with 2 friends, it multiplies the enjoyment.
Yeah.
We drove up to St. Albert. I think we were giggling the whole way in the car like idiots.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's it wouldn't have been. It would be a very different win, if I hadn't been in this friendship and us buying together.
Absolutely.
Don't get me wrong. I like $50 million, but
Yeah. But
emotionally, it's more enriching.
Emotionally.
Yeah. I just came across that one at lunch and I was like, wow, that's lucky. Okay, that's private. The art of war teaches us to rely not on the livelihood likelihood of the enemy not coming, but on our own readiness to receive him, not on the chance of him not attacking, but rather on the fact that we have made our position unassailable. Oh, yeah, I think I pulled this one up the other day. Or
Thank
the
you, Mr.
longer
Speaker. I
version of it.
appreciate this opportunity to highlight to my colleagues what exactly is happening
You can
in New
find
York
the
City as a
full one, I
result
think,
of Joe
on
Biden's manufactured
the full
open
one
borders
is,
policy
I think, on
and the
Sundays.
crisis that is created in terms of a migrant crisis in New York City. This morning, a lot of New Yorkers woke up to the news that 2 of our NYPD officers were attacked by a mob of migrants.
And they got off.
It's outrageous to think
They jumped
that
the city.
individuals who came to this country
Yeah. Well,
and
what do you
claim
expect?
to be innocent asylum seekers
Well,
would
they
attack
could have come
our
legally
police officers.
instead of
That
sneaking through the
disrespect
razor wire.
is unbelievable. But sadly, it is not the only time we've seen crimes like this taking place.
Yeah, this is
Now
ridiculous.
let's remember, the individuals that are coming through the southern border are paying thousands of dollars to the drug cartels to be
Yeah.
smuggled here. My mayor is further incentivizing this by offering housing, food,
Whatever you need.
healthcare, education,
Yeah.
legal services, laundry services, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
The taxpayers are paying to house those
At
individuals who attack those police officers.
million a month.
But that's
50
not
million
all we're
plus.
seeing happen.
Not
Let
to
me
mention all the
show you a few headlines
residuals.
from recently.
That's just the
All in New
baseline for
York.
the bill.
An illegal immigrant bites off police sergeant's finger after a
Yeah.
DUI, driving while intoxicated bust. 4 migrants arrested for stealing more than $12,000 in goods from Long Island's Macy's. New York City migrant pickpocketing teams are the newest headache for the NYPD.
Yeah.
Asylum seeker accused of killing another at Randall's Island migrant shelter. A migrant woman arrested after slapping an NYPD cop. Migrant stabbed by girlfriend in a possible love
They fit right
triangle.
into New York.
And migrants are
No,
trying to
bad
build
joke,
New York
bad
City's
joke.
Red light district. Eric
This is
Adams,
so wrong.
Democratic mayor, says. Democratic mayor is also saying that this is destroying New York City.
Well,
We're
they did
seeing
it
New
to
York City
themselves.
struggle to pay for this crisis that Joe
They
Biden
shouldn't have-
again once created with his executive orders,
Mhm.
60 policy changes he made from the Trump administration that made our border wide open.
Yeah.
And Chuck Schumer and the Senate refused to do anything. They refused to
Oh,
pass
yeah.
our bill HR 2, which would end this crisis today.
Mhm.
I called ICE this morning and I said, I want these individuals deported. The ones that are committing crimes like attacking our police officers. Can we at least agree as Democrats, Independents, and Republicans that we should not tolerate that? But what also really concerns me is that we've caught hundreds of people on the terror watch list at our border.
Yeah.
The fact that me as a New Yorker from
How many have gotten
post-9/11 world,
How many have
that
gotten
we have
through
to
you
question
don't even
that there
know
are
about?
1.8 million people that have totally evaded law enforcement.
Yeah.
In fact, Customs and Border Patrol union leader today told us it's probably more like 4 million. That's on top of the 8 million or so that have come.
Like, that's
paid
ridiculous.
the cartels to come in here and claim asylum. We're not even talking about those people who turned themselves in. We're talking about the 4 million gotaways.
Like-
we don't know who they are, where they are,
Yeah.
what their intentions are. And that should concern every single person in
It
this body,
should.
particularly
It should
the President of
concern
the United States.
everyone, including Canadians, because
TSA is allowing individuals to board planes without identification, like the American citizens have to provide when they
yeah,
board
but they
planes.
can just
They can use a detainer. They could use a warrant for their arrest. All sorts of other documents that are probably produced, by the way, from fake identification that they use to come over the border.
Mhm.
That is directly against the 9/11 Commission recommendation.
yeah.
And the last thing I just want to talk about is that New York City is complicit because they are not complying
Mhm.
with detainer requests. ICE is trying to do some of its job when these people commit crimes. NYPD arrests them, they release them back onto the street. Why?
Yeah.
Because they're forced to by the democratic policies put in
Kinda
place
like
by
Victoria.
my city and my state. That's unfortunate.
Catch and
So now,
release.
when these 2 individuals attacked the police officers, they were arrested.
but they were released back onto the street. They weren't detained to be sent to deportation. In fact, now ICE has to try to go out and find them with no cooperation from local law enforcement because Democrats in New York have tied their hands. That is unconscionable. It is unsafe. And we have to make sure that the Democrats here, the Democrats over in the Senate, and the president stop playing with fire, because it's a dangerous situation. As you know, our ally in Israel is being attacked by terrorists. Iran is making threats against us that they're going to commit attacks against us on our own soil.
Yeah.
We have them attacking American soldiers at 160 different posts in the Middle East. We saw 3 soldiers killed by Iran proxies the other day. And we're going to keep this border open like this?
No.
It's unconscionable to me.
It is unconstitutional. It is dangerous.
1.8 million
and
people,
welcome,
allowing them to continue
this is
to pay
an
the cartels to
invasion.
come in. That's not border security.
This is an
so we expect
invasion.
them to either pass
Just
our
call it
bill,
what it is.
Border Security Act, or pass something that's reasonable so we can have a real discussion and debate and seal this border and make our country secure once and for all.
The full
I yield back.
full discussion.
Now,
like it's I like watching, you know, I like seeing what's going on in the States, and they often come up randomly. So it's stuff I wouldn't even know about going on there if it didn't just pop up. Oh,
you just think that anyone can come to the U.S. like
absolutely. If you go to New York, go to the Statue of Liberty. What's it say? All is welcome.
I don't think it says that, but
no.
Dude, this is great because I just happened to pick up 3 guys from Honduras. Well, they were at Home Depot. They're from Honduras and they have nowhere to go. So this just works out perfect. Look, Hector takes medication twice a day, and right now,
like what an awesome.
Is it cool if they stay here?
No.
Why not?
They're not allowed to stay here.
What do you mean?
I don't know them. Who are they? They're what we do again.
All right, so they can't stay here then? It's cool if they come to the country, just not your house?
No, come on, bro. Come
Well,
on.
Hypocrite. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Sorry, man. Hypocrite.
Yeah, that's a good troll. Ass hard. And fucktard and asshat won't just cut it. And then there was a poll, and like, should we raise the limit on sports cars? And in high school, my high school had a racing team, so you know, maybe I think the problem is like it isn't the kids; it's like people not teaching them to be responsible.
How can we do things differently from what we used to do? And if we speak about differently, it means also how can we do it to make sure that
you will own nothing and you will be happy.
So what is it the WEF keep trying to push onto us? You will own nothing and be happy. Everything's rental. Well, so this came up on X, and it's like, what? What is she trying to say here?
Every product is a service waiting to happen. If you think about it, I mean, your cell phone, why do you want to own your cell phone? How many of you own your cell phones? How many knows if the company owns it? It's actually not a lot. I mean, you want the function, you want the service, right? Why do you want to own a cell phone if you can just lease it? And if you lease, why shouldn't you lease your refrigerator or your washing machine or your dishwasher? Or why do you want to own it? I mean, it's not like the plastic in the middle is like, I own a broke dishwasher. I mean, wow. No, why don't you want to go into a business model where the company owns it?
So then there was this picture came up, and it was showing that people are blinkered. Convenience goes to convenience. Just look there.
Yeah.
Convenience, but around it is social credit scores, digital ID. You get your digital ID, then everything's linked to your digital ID. So let's start with social credit scores. Goes around to transactions documented Access to your bank account can be turned off. Frozen funds. We've already seen that, haven't we, guys?
Yeah. Didn't we already try this?
That's the bit that we only see. Sheeple see. Centralization. All your movements and actions are traceable. That's get an EV. Or even a modern car, a modern gas car that's got all the Apple.
They can like freeze your car.
They'll be able to track that. Like you've got your OnStar and stuff that you can go into. Yeah, they'll be able to track your car. They can track anything.
They can already disable cars for lack of payment, and these are like gas ones, not just the fancy EVs.
Yep. Cyber security attacks, zero privacy. There will be no privacy, no. And even when it comes down to your heating at home, if you got one of them heating things, what they call them snugs or whatever they're called, you press the temperature on that goes off to the government, and the government can say, oh, everyone's plugging in their EVs this week, so we've got to turn down the air conditioning. Anyway, business reform, he said, of course he doesn't want you to own anything. It's harder to take things away from people who own them versus rent them or subscribe to them. Make no mistake, this isn't a matter of economics or convenience. It's purely a matter of control.
It is.
Exactly. Why buy food? You can only use it a day or two. Why not rent it and return the poo? For the compost.
I think she should rent some food.
Yeah, let's.
I'll return. You know, we can share.
Okay, look out for digital IDs. That's all I'm saying. It's all this. You'll own nothing, and you'll rent everything. It's ridiculous. I love buying stuff.
That's communism.
Like to buy stuff. I don't
it's
like
nice
the
to own
thing,
stuff.
I like to have the physical vinyl record or a tape or a CD. I like to own my car. I don't want to rent my car because whenever you want to rent somewhere, I know it's tough if you're going to rent a house. But we've rented a house, and you always get the thing where you can't bang a nail in, can't put a picture up,
can't paint, can't.
I'm totally against all this BS.
And you're always worried, like
renting everything.
What
do you think?
Like mortgages are scary, but
not owning anything is the future.
It's just a scary renting.
My son and me are slightly different with phones. I have a iPhone 12. I'm filming on now. I am paying for it in bits through Rogers, but he has a phone and he has the 15 and he rents his. He has to hand it back. When I've paid for mine at the end of the year, I don't have to hand it back.
Yeah, I don't have to hand it back. And I finished my phone in July, so I might try and pay it off sooner. Just
2 years,
get rid of some of that interest.
A new phone. Whereas this one will be.
And then my phone bill will go down. Hopefully.
Well,
it's still extortionate.
$6 a month.
I need a second line just so I can get more data. Just use one for I don't know. It's just so expensive here. And meanwhile, we have Crazy Eyes. Crazy Eyes Kibble.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Canadian Shield. Doing my best to make sense of the madness. This video has one clip, one subject, one topic. It has
Crazy Eyes Kibble.
Stephen Gilbert and a minister from Manitoba. Now, what's important to understand in here is he's going to say a term I asked a question through an order paper. And I don't want you to get the wrong idea, so I'm just going to explain it to you quickly and then we'll jump right in. When you hear the term order paper, that's legal parlance for placing an order, not giving a direction. So instead of thinking it more like the army, I gave him an order, think of it more like McDonald's. I ordered my, hamburger or whatever it is, right? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Environment Minister revealed the truth about the carbon tax. I asked how many emissions are directly reduced from the carbon tax in an order paper question. This minister's response was, and I quote, The government does not measure the annual amount of emissions that are directly reduced by federal carbon pricing. End quote. These are his words, not mine. Why is the minister forcing Canadians to pay his carbon tax if he doesn't measure the emissions he pretends to reduce?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what the member is saying is simply not true. Just before Christmas, we put out a study by Environment and Climate Change Canada that shows that carbon pricing will be responsible for between 20 and 30% of our greenhouse gas emissions between 2019 and 2030, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of carbon pricing and climate change, we have no lessons to take from the Conservative Party, whose official position is still today, as Alberta is suffering from droughts, as we're seeing unforeseen storms in eastern Canada, atmospheric rivers in BC. Their position is still that climate change simply does not exist. The honourable member from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, shame on the Liberals for telling Canadians that their costly carbon tax is reducing emissions. It's a complete scam. Wow. The minister pretends that his carbon tax reduces emissions, but now we know that the Liberals do not measure the results of their carbon tax. No measurement, no results. No wonder emissions went up after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. Why did the Environment Minister mislead Canadians about his carbon tax scam?
I know. Because he's an eco-terrorist and shouldn't even be in the House.
Mr. Speaker, the falsehoods that
He's a convicted criminal. He's an eco-terrorist. He shouldn't be in charge. It's like literally like letting the inmates run the asylum.
Climate change doesn't exist. That's simply not true, Mr. Speaker. They say that our
yes, and taxes will fix it. Taxes will fix it for sure. Isn't that how it works?
The honourable member, I'm having colleagues, I'm having difficulty hearing the minister respond to the question. I'm going to ask him to start from the top. Please, can you please withhold your comments so that the speaker can hear it? The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You want to know the truth? Climate change is real. That's the truth. You want to know the truth? Climate change is impacting Canadians all over the country, including farmers from coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. You want to know the truth about climate change? It's costing Canadians billions of dollars. That's the truth about climate change. Our plan is working. We're reducing emissions.
It's the fucking... This guy's insane. He's like starving out the country over taxes.
Well. The Liberal.
Am I allowed to say that on YouTube? I feel straight coming on.
Wants everybody to think that he's all calm and is the victim of a target on his back. Seems to have quite a bit of a temper when he doesn't get his own way. Seems to want to throw a tantrum when he doesn't get his own way. What I heard him say is that he was first accused of... He wasn't accused. So let me break down what happened here. The member from Manitoba sent an order paper, and now I told you at the beginning that means he sent a request. He's making an order like a restaurant for an answer, though, right? And these order papers fly back and forth across Parliament all day long. Every single solitary first question that you hear about in the question period is an order paper. I want to ask you this: the first question, the second question, they can freeball, but the first question is sent to Parliament, like to the government, and they have to approve whether or not they're going to answer it today. And that's done on what's called an order paper. So he sent an order paper because the minister from Manitoba wanted to know how many emissions this carbon tax was reducing. And the Environment Minister's office sent back, we do not keep track of that. So he stood up in the House of Commons and he said, wait a second. He doesn't even know what kind of positive or negative impact the carbon tax is having on the environment because he doesn't have a clue. It's not being tracked. And then the Environment Minister stands up and said, well, Environment Canada says, which is, not the government group. I mean, I get they're part of the government, but they're the scientists, right? Not the lawyers.
But they're
They say that it should have a significant impact on the CO2 emissions between 2019 and 2030. So if you put anything into motion,
they're worried about their freaking paychecks. They don't care. It's a tax grab. Right? Call it what it is.
That's really kind of sketchy. That's really kind of.
At least I'm on X,
really kind of a half
Twitch, and Rumble because if you say anything bad about the weather in Canada, you get in big trouble.
It's a scam because you're not keeping track.
I know I'm a bad girl, bad crypto, bad. I need spankings.
Then the Environment Minister, Guilbeault, stands up and tries to say, well, how dare they climate deny? Which, of course, is not, you can't put words in other people's mouth and expect them to just let that happen. That's a far left.
I've always been an environmentalist,
but in the real world where people are free to say what they want,
there is a fine line
to say something about them that may or may not be true
between saving the environment, loving nature, and paying, like even BC, we're not supposed to be paying these but our taxes are going up. So, holy crap! I don't.
So he tries to regain.
Like who's ready for $3 a liter in gas this summer? Who's ready for it? Like if this goes through April 1st, like kiss your summer vacation goodbye. Unless you know. It used to be, you could throw the kids in the station wagon, travel around, do it, but
he snaps.
60 extra cents a liter.
See the facial expressions?
And when
slamming his hands down,
we could even see like $4 a liter.
Complete.
You know,
I don't know, like a child is not getting his own way.
Because they don't want us to drive. They don't want us to travel. They want us contained in this
his own answer, right? His own
little
answer.
Socialist 15-minute city dystopia.
But how could he know if he's not keeping track of it? We do know that it's costing Canadians billions of dollars. We know that it's expensive for food now. We know that it's expensive for
it's only going to go up.
We know that this tax that he's putting on everything that you touch, we don't know how much of the energy of
you're paying taxes on top of taxes. You're paying GST, PST, or harmonized tax.
Plants in China, or the
and then you're also doing oh my god. Then you're actually even paying an environmental tax. An alcohol tax, recycling,
because he says so. His own office says that they're not keeping track of it, but somehow the facts.
He is so corrupt, and he shouldn't even be in the House of Commons. He should be in jail.
This environmental Greenpeace crazy man. We see, right?
Greenpeace is kind of a cult, like Sea Shepherds, like. They're not as bad as Scientologists, but,
victim. And then as soon as he loses his temper, he knows he took the glasses right off his face.
And then
that's his favorite thing. It's the first time I've ever seen him do that, and I've been watching Parliament for a while. He's mad. He's mad because how dare they defy him?
Because, we don't want to pay these taxes, and people like him are getting rich off of all this.
All right, I think that it's a scam.
I would love, I would love a forensic accounting investigation on this man. And he shouldn't even be in the House of Commons.
In the next decade. So the Paris Accords, and we don't have to pay any tax for that. So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What are you?
We signed agreements, but we don't need to be taxed to death. And hopefully I pull up some of the farmers,
they're using the term scam, but
solidarity with Europe right now, because they are, if they lose, we're going down next, unless we can get a new government. That's just all there is to it.
That's my opinion.
This is my opinion. I think we're fucked as Canada. As a nation.
I'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, it's gonna, unless we get a change in government, I don't see how Canadians can afford this tax. We really can't. And when you see all these people who, when Trudeau spends how much on a vacation, and people had to line up for food banks this Christmas, But, oh, it's a family friend. It's no big deal. Okay, no, that's called conflict of interest. Oh, but, blackface did really want to go to a, former slave colony. Yeah, carbon capture, true north. Like, there's this little handful, but of the stop oil people, the save old growth, and but they're so loud and annoying, and people feel bad. Like, if they don't, a lot of people will just accept something, or I have so many things in my life, I do not want to critically think and do some investigating on my own. I'm just going to either slap up what the mainstream media says or just ignore it completely. Because, well, it doesn't matter. It's over there, or it's not a big deal. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Or, well, I'm not political. I don't want to get involved. Well, if you pay taxes, you better well start getting involved. Or don't come crying when it gets even higher. Oh, this was funny. This was red pill, I think.
Do you think it was responsible for you to call yesterday's explosion by the checkpoint at the Rainbow Bridge terrorism, when no U.S. or Canadian officials said that was or authorities said that was the case, and when the New York governor also said there was no evidence to suggest terrorism activity?
He never
Actually, you're
said
wrong.
that.
You're a CP. Where you are wrong is that CTV reported that the government of Canada was presuming that the incident was terrorist.
And you think that's a responsible thing to go on to make that kind of...
No, he tried to explain it to all these...
What kind of statement? According to CTV, unless you're questioning their integrity now, came from security officials in the Trudeau government.
Yeah.
Do you think it was a responsible comment to make in the House of Commons?
Sorry, I'm asking, I have already answered that. Do you think CTV was irresponsible to put that tweet out?
That's none of my business. That's not for me to comment.
But you just did comment.
Yeah. Yeah, that chick got so owned. She didn't even realize it. A lot of them think they know it all. And it's like... See, I pulled up this one. Because I've been trying to quit drinking.
The idea of not drinking again forever is pretty hard for people to
I
handle.
also, have a lot of stress.
Today,
and
most of us... that is quite hard.
So I am getting therapy soon. I was lucky. A 6-week waiting list. My mom, when she had it, it was 3 months.
One of the most important techniques, whether you're just doing dry January or you've got a project around abstinence.
That's not bad.
You foresee as being a little more
I think it matters
enduring.
more when you call the crisis line.
We live our life one day at a time, one moment at a time. 5 years in the future is conceptual. None of us know where we'll be in 5 years, or even if we'll have a planet to inhabit. But once you accept, I'm just not doing it right now. That's it. Any decision I make.
And he used to be the biggest
I don't
partier,
need to
so
think about tomorrow. I don't need to think about it. Just for today, I won't drink. If you use that technique for dry January, just for today, I won't drink. I'll deal with tomorrow. You'll be okay.
good advice. And I actually have a clip of the exact opposite. Think about where you'll be in 5 years if you don't, but don't put that pressure. I think a lot of people do, I've been too stressed. I've been trying to cut out a lot of stress, And Canada-wide news. Air-conditioned sidewalk in Dubai. Meanwhile, in Canada, we get taxes to survive. Oh, and they steal our cars. Yay. And then Jordan Peterson. See?
What's the best way to stop
different-
drinking alcohol and start doing my best in my psychology degree? It's affecting my study, but I can do very well if I stop. I'm 26.
what I would say is one of the things that can really help you control your alcohol intake is to really, really think through what you're giving up and where you could be in 5 years if you don't get it under control. And
See, that
proclivity
is,
to alcoholism
tough love,
can be a
good,
really
good
vicious
advice.
thing. Lots of people get dragged down into the mud by alcohol, excessive alcohol intake, especially if they're sensitive to the opiate response that alcohol can produce. And
Or
can
you're
tell that
suicidal.
when you drink, you get
Like,
alert and let's say more
you literally are
enthusiastic
so
and
depressed you
energetic,
just
and then
feel you
don't
have
want to stop
nothing
drinking.
to live
I
for,
would
so you
say
might
you
as well
need to
just
figure
drink.
out something that's more important to you than drinking.
Well, if I could do that, I wouldn't drink. This one's interesting because this
Alberta making moves. Danielle Smith's just on a tear. She's firing people up.
pissing
She's
people
really,
off.
as we said at the start of the show, she's upsetting a lot of people, frustrating a lot of those homies over in Ottawa. And we are just, this is just the start of it here. It says, Danielle Smith dropped this announcement on the homies. She says that our province has so much to offer, our resources and economic growth, and our innovative ways of working with Indigenous communities towards reconciliation and shared prosperity. Today, we launched our Alberta to Ottawa office that will give us the base of operations we need to advance Alberta's priorities on the ground in our nation's capital. The office will strengthen our relationships with partners on Parliament Hill and in other parts of Canada and will help us stay informed on emerging decisions that impact Alberta. And people are getting scared of this, dude. There was a response to this.
They should be afraid.
George
you don't
Chahal
mess
was
with
an
Alberta
MP,
girls.
Liberal MP for Calgary Skyview. And he says, when Premier Danielle Smith comes to Ottawa next week, I hope she'll explain to the Natural Resources Committee why she's putting clean energy investments at risk. As a proud Albertan, I want to know why she stranded $33 billion in renewable projects as our province struggles to keep the lights on. Conservatives need to stop the war on renewable energy and on the building the reliable, clean grid Canadians need. And to that, Smith said, I would be happy to come speak. Is this a formal invitation? As luck would have it, I just landed in Ottawa.
She is so
jerk. That was a boss
so
move.
polite. She's
That was
just
a boss move.
That was. I
she is.
appreciated that.
It's
And
like
that to me,
staring down a
she
wall.
says, I'm confident in what I'm doing.
I know what I'm
You know,
saying.
Don't mess with me. And it's funny
Don't
because
fuck
I've
with
listened
me.
to her talk a couple times on renewables.
That's
She says,
just
this doesn't work
don't
in
mess
our
with
province.
raised by wolves.
Solar and wind are not the way forward for Albertans.
No,
And
it's
I
not.
believe she's right.
You have all
I do
hell
think
for the
that we could
basement. Go for the
geothermal
oil.
personally, just
There's
further on the side of the Rockies.
develop ways to do it.
Lots of steam,
clean.
lots of hot water that they could take advantage of. But she is right that solar and wind at its current point in technology and in development is not right for Alberta.
Like, see,
and so the fact that they're trying to paint her as this oil-loving fascist.
I know. People are just insane. And we saw what happened. We wouldn't have had these rolling almost blackouts telling people at Christmas, please don't, or, in one of the coldest times of the year, like, oh, could you not turn on your heat because you might crash the grid, and don't use any kind of electricity, don't use your oven, just, really quick on the microwave, because if we actually had in the past 8 years done the pipelines, developed this technology, not only would it be clean, but we would have money and we wouldn't be paying all these taxes. We would have better relations with the United States. And, we could develop other industries. Instead, it is basically we are going to strip away everyone's livelihoods. And them telling guys who've worked on the rigs, oh, we'll just retrain you. It's no problem. It's like, no. Like, that's what they want to do. And it's just, it's insane here. It's insane in Canada.
A break. This poor woman, good for her.
She's fighting a good fight. And that's the one thing I do love about her.
Is.
And is I felt it on the show too, where when you feel like you're getting the overall support of your province, it starts
and the
firing
world
up a bit. You get excited, you start getting more confident, you get courageous, and you start putting people like George in their place.
The
and start
ripples
making
it's
him feel uncomfortable
causing
in his position.
is
and this is
when you get
where
the
I'm getting
libs at
super excited
TikTok
because
and
we
like you get
know
all
when
these
you're fighting for the people
who never paid
can't
attention
go
to
wrong.
Alberta
When
before.
you actively
You
know
know, like
you're
people
doing
are.
things that is screwing the people over.
I'm not sure about my hair.
You know you don't have a leg to stand on. And so as
I
soon
might go
as
back to the
truth
pink.
exposes
If I
the crap
bleach
that you're
it,
doing,
just
people
really
get
lightly,
scared.
I
We've
wouldn't have
seen
to
that
leave
from
it
George
on.
and the
It would go
Liberals
like
this week.
super pink.
I just love the
And
comment.
I
at the
almost
bottom
think
there.
like Barbie
Left
pink
call.
hair would
Get him, Daniel Smith.
Get on Danielle. Yeah. So that's the drama that's kind of going on. And I'm happy for it. I'm happy that she's. One thing I do appreciate about Danielle is that she's not intimidated.
No,
and she's going headstrong into this. And I love the idea of putting an Alberta Ottawa office there. Brilliant idea.
So I've heard lots of controversy about that. They're like, why do they need that? They already have members in parliament.
No.
Look at Quebec. They have an entire party that's a federal party.
Yeah.
That's all about them.
Yeah.
That's literally all they do. Is they're just there to promote Quebec interest in the House of Commons.
That's her.
Literally all they're there for. And there's a whole federal party. They want an office.
Saskatchewan went to Davos with
it
their
makes sense.
own
And especially when
display.
you have something like Alberta that has had such a tough relationship with Ottawa during the Trudeau years. I think it's smart. Like, we want boots on the ground, what's happening there, and represent Albertan interests that are working directly with me on the provincial level. He said, well, you have the MPs. I'm like, but they're taking care of federal jurisdiction issues as MPs. And they're also advocating for their communities, but like there's certain things they really can't touch.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you have someone on the provincial level representing you in Ottawa, getting on the ground, seeing what's going on, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm here for Albertans.
Because like unless you're going through it,
it's funny because it was actually you and Jennifer that really
you don't really know what's going on.
Kind of opened my mind to this. I didn't realize at the time, but you just said it there. Where they're the Bloc Québécois, the federal party. Only runs in one province, but somehow has a seat at the table on a federal level.
Yeah, a big seat.
Crazy.
A big
and
seat.
So stupid.
It is.
People are crying about this. Get out of my face.
I mean,
I've been hearing that it's like
Quebec wouldn't even be Quebec without Alberta
this is just
money.
one step towards Wexit.
No.
Wexit.
Wexit. Not Wexit. Well,
hey,
part of the reason is giving people a reason to start thinking Wexit over here.
Yeah.
I know.
But
we're all going to be Canadians, but
Quebec,
why can't we separate?
They have such a stranglehold on this country. That needs to end.
Yeah.
That really needs to stop.
Yeah.
Or you're going to see a lot more contentiousness. And honestly, at this point, if we had another referendum in this year in 2024 saying Quebec needs to separate, I would vote.
I'd be like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Here's your bags. Bye-bye.
Stop living off the teat of Alberta and the rest of the country and actually develop your own natural resources that you have and screw off and stop crying. I'm done hearing about it.
I'm done.
Go do your own thing.
We're all done.
I'll vote. I'll happily pack your boxes for you.
Yeah. I don't. I'm done with it. You want to have your French language?
When you actually look at the breakdown of equalization payments, Quebec gets like 50%. Or something close to that. I'd have to actually get the full number, but when you look at the pie chart, it's overwhelmingly Quebec.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder, is that because they have so many members in Parliament voting for Quebec interests?
Yeah, and Trudeau's from...
Only. So go to
how do you figure this is rolling, It's been happening for
start lobbying because
decades.
That's what Quebec is doing, and it's working for them. So you get yours.
Yeah. At the cost, like Alberta's been paying for Quebec. Everyone's been paying for them. And meanwhile, then it's like, no, now we have to have all this stupid French labeling. Like it's never enough with them. And it's, once you get equality, after being used to entitlement, I can't quite remember that quote, but it just, this is hilarious. They don't mess around. I'm gonna have to confiscate all of it. This is cool. This one's kind of long. This is in mobile. Alabama, like, oh, don't do that. Don't, no, stop it. There we go. I love watching these parades. I love Mardi Gras. I think you can tell from my artwork. It just... honk, honk. Yeah. Well, that's actually good. Like I've been working on an animation, but the problem is to get it, I can only do like 10-second clips at a time. So if I'm going to like actually dance or sing a song, I had to like figure like break it. I think there is a way to trim it into segments. Oh my god, I'm so blonde. If you want to see the full one, it's actually really beautiful. I might even pull it up at the end, or if people want to come on panel, put your name in or make a comment in the side chat. Tally hi, how can you eat these precious creatures? Is this rhetorical, or are you looking for recipes? And I know I've pulled this one up before, but I still... Who wants to be a liberal? Oh, God. Oh, God.
Let's play Who Wants to Be a Liberal? Today we have Stephen Guilbeault, the Minister of Climate Change in Canada. The question for you is, what reduced Canada's greenhouse emissions by 9% in 2020? First answer is carbon tax. Next one is snowshoeing took over cars. Next, snowball fight cuts fuel use. And D is COVID. Now, would you like to call a friend or talk to an expert? Or what would you like to do? You want to lock in your answer? You want to lock in your answer? Okay, it's carbon tax. Okay, let's listen to your explanation of what caused it and see if that makes sense. Let's have a listen.
The fact that our carbon tax is one of the most effective in the world because it will reduce greenhouse gases, which went down by 9%.
But he can't even answer the number. Yeah, this was... That was that was when he was like let off in handcuffs. Oh boy. Some of this is like, oh my god, I feel bad for you. I mean, she does bad, but I think we're both screwed on either side. Like, this is the unity we've always wanted in North America, because all our leaders are insane.
And I sat down and I said, America's back. And Mitterrand from France looked at me and said, you know, why, how long are you back for? And I looked at him.
Wait a minute.
And I sat down and I said, America's back. And Mitterrand from France looked at me.
Pretty clever. But you missed one detail.
Francois Mitterrand, former president of France.
Oh my God. I mean, this is, and by the way, Francois Mitterrand, he's been dead since 1996. Biden wasn't even vice president then.
I get up in the morning, look at Joe and say, where the hell are we?
That, I believe.
And how is President Biden ever going to convince the 3/4 of voters who are worried about his physical and mental health that he is okay, even though in Las Vegas he told a story about recently talking to a French president who died in 1996?
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you,
What?
sir.
What is
We're
the
going to go.
rabbit hole? You said
Go
you
ahead.
talked to Mitterrand.
Go ahead. You saw the president in Vegas, in California. You've seen the president in South Carolina. You saw him in Michigan.
I almost think she's getting demoralized. Like, how could be with Trump? She was like tenacious. It's like almost like, I don't even want to know. I don't even care. I don't even care anymore. I'm just gonna go back.
Things are going to get worse before they get better.
I've just seen her change so much. It's like she's like, I know. I just can't say it because can we just skip over this? It's real embarrassing, and I don't even want to go down this rabbit hole. It's like, no, I bet you don't. Oh, and I even pulled it up again because it was hilarious. Oh, shit.
And how is President Biden ever going to convince the 3/4 of voters who are worried about his physical and mental health that he is okay, even though in Las Vegas he told a story about recently talking to a French president who died in 1996?
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you,
What?
sir.
What is
We're
the
going to
rabbit
go.
hole?
Go ahead.
He said
go
he
ahead.
talked to Mitterrand.
Go ahead. You saw the president in Vegas, in California. You've seen the president in South Carolina. You saw him in Michigan. I'll just leave it there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, 1,000.
I know.
I'm sick and tired of this. Get somebody else to fucking do it. And most importantly,
Oh, she's heading that way. Like, I mean, wouldn't you be done if you had to do that every day? It's like, wow.
Yeah, thanks for coming out today, everyone. I guess
I gotta
there's
love
no point
Babylon
beating around the bush. Today is going to be my last day in the position of Prince of Darkness, Lord of Demons, Tempter of Humanity, and arch nemesis of God. Yeah, I know. It's probably a shock to some of you out there, and frankly, it was a big shock to me too. I thought I'd be doing this forever, but it's come to my attention that my services are no longer needed, thanks to TikTok. I opened up the app the other day, and well, between the socialism and the attacks on Christianity, and and the twerking, I realized my work here is done. Now, a lot of people think I invented TikTok,
Yeah.
but I really can't take the credit. That was all China. President Xi, total genius, huge admirer of his work. Well, I guess you could say that I invented communism, and then communist China came up with TikTok. So yes, maybe I could take just a little tiny bit, credit for it. But that's just not the kind of guy I am. I'm just incredibly humble.
What kind of content did you see on TikTok that made you realize you weren't needed anymore?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. So much. So, frankly, I kind of get a little grossed out by the whole thing. There's a lot of stuff on there, just totally unhinged. It's all too far, even for me. Let's see. There's the thirst trap stuff. The stuff about how you shouldn't work hard or get married. I mean, man, I've been trying to bring down Western civilization for years unsuccessfully. And then this little app comes along and bam! What? It does it right away. I mean, it was a real godsend, me said. But those suckers are praising Bin Laden for crying out loud. Oh, man. Those ones where they post an old video with the, wait for it, OMG, you won't believe this. Or some annoying guy laughing over the top of a Chris Farley video or something and ruining the whole thing. It's classic. It's classic.
Are you gonna miss being the devil? What are your plans going forward?
Yeah.
I think he's going to Hawaii.
No. It is bittersweet. I'll miss the day-to-day, throwing drag queen shows for kids at libraries, working closely with leaders in D.C. of both parties. But, I've got a lot of big plans for retirement. I'm going to go to Disney World. Got a lot of great work done there. It would be nice to just ride the teacups for a change instead of, the grooming stuff. Royal Caribbean is launching a new Taylor Swift-themed cruise this year. Sounds like absolute hell. Can't wait. No, I'll probably catch you two at the Sphere. Yeah.
Is U2 satanic?
What? No. they're just awful.
I love you. Yeah, love you.
Keith Oberman.
Happy
Taylor
retirement,
Lorenz.
Satan. God be with you. Jesus loves you,
Thank
and
you guys
you know.
for supporting me for all 6,000 years of my career.
Well, you know, Jesus wouldn't have had a
Promise
game
myself I wouldn't
otherwise.
cry.
Now Jesus
I couldn't have
has
done that.
bigger things on his hand. It's
No,
like,
I just, I can't.
aw, poor Satan.
Now I'll probably see the world. Always wanted to go to Toledo, relax with some video games, Superman 64. Probably play some Call of Duty and leave my mic on while I just absolutely blare some rap music. Classic. Fortnite, obviously. But want to take up cycling again. Just, ride as slow as possible, right in the middle of the road, even though there's a perfectly good bike lane right there. Bicycles have the same rights as cars.
If you're in Victoria, you understand.
Go see the marbles.
Not satire.
It
In all
is the ultimate
seriousness,
form
now
of
you have a
evil.
choice. What are you going to watch next? Stuff that Satan says is putting him out of business on TikTok, or the thousands of videos on Answers.tv to help you and your family find answers to your big questions about God, Satan, and our world. Subscribe today and start a 7-day free trial at getanswers.org/b.
Oh, greetings, weary traveler. Did you enjoy the video I displayed among your viewing portal? I can do more than that. I ask 3 things of you. Please like, subscribe, and comment. Otherwise, I shall summon my dark magics. Ah! I also have an Apple Watch.
You see the guy in the green screen suit. Oh, this is going to be beautiful animation. And I don't pull up like all of the ones I make because sometimes it gets into like 50 to 200. Like I actually had to do more on my video or rearrange them or something. Like some of it's coming together and other parts are just not happening for me. And it's like, but this will look cool because the jellyfish will start like looking like they're floating around. And then I can incorporate them into the seahorses. I have some like beautiful, all my sunset stuff, like, re-put them together, because I spent so much time and data on these. I should, reposition them for new animations. It just saves me a lot of time sometimes thinking because I've already made the photos and it's going to save me a lot on data right now until I get more hours at work.
Apparently, for every 5 veterans retiring from the Canadian Armed Forces, only 4 new recruits are being brought in. You can't sustain a military like that for very long. Now, the excuse of the Liberal government and the officials in the Department of National Defense is that
I really wanted
our
those free
recruitment hasn't
tampons.
been diverse enough. It's not inclusive enough. There's not enough equity involved. But that's not why people join the armed forces.
They
no
want
matter
to
who they are, whether they're new Canadians
They want to support
or
the
native-born
country.
Canadians, they joined the armed forces to serve.
Mm-hmm.
And for one thing, there just aren't that many good missions anymore for our armed forces to serve in. The Liberal government doesn't like to send the armed forces either into emergency areas like the Syrian earthquake a little more than a year ago, or into peacekeeping missions. We've only been on one since the Liberals took over in 2015.
Well, he gutted
and they certainly don't like to send our armed forces.
Anita
into hot
gutted
wars.
the army.
So there isn't
gutted
much
the
for them
army.
to do. And
Freeland
they don't
gutted
have much
the army.
equipment to
We
do.
doubled our debt.
They have aging
We should have
sidearms.
an
They have
amazing
aging aircraft.
army
They
for
have
all that
aging
debt.
rifles. We spend less per capita
Yeah.
on our military
Trudeau
than any
hates
other
military.
country in NATO.
Because he's a little pussy.
It's an embarrassment.
Yeah, it is a
But it
fucking
goes
embarrassment.
way beyond that. We sent a unit to Poland last year, but didn't send any cooks. Told all of the soldiers, we'll buy your meals locally at restaurants and we'll reimburse you. But it took months for the reimbursement checks to come.
That's
so long
embarrassing.
That a lot of the people on deployment in Poland relied on people back home, family, friends, relatives.
Sending them food? Like, what the fuck?
To pay off their credit card bill.
Like, this is...
We sent a group to Latvia without helmets. They had to buy their own.
Okay,
helmets.
Apparently the Canadian military is an expensive
this
hobby.
This is what happens when you have a
It's a
government
hobby
that has
now
no
to Trudeau.
respect
It's
for the military.
not something really we
but
need.
But it gets worse. This past summer, there was the official magazine of the Canadian Armed Forces. It had 13 articles in it. And each and every one of them said that the problem with the armed forces is that it's systemically racist, it's full of white nationalists, sexists, homophobes.
Who the fuck is writing this
Everyone
shit?
in the forces.
Like, really, this is the military. Like, who the fuck is writing this? And how didn't I get it accepted?
View of the Liberal government. I think one of the reasons they don't use our military is that they don't think that the people in the military are very good people. I can tell you from personal experience that they are as well trained as any military in the world.
Oh, yeah.
They are decent, respectful. They know down to the lowest ranks all the missions and what's required. They know how to behave themselves properly. They are respectful of other cultures.
A lot of my friends served, so yeah.
Values of the Trudeau government.
Yeah.
But because wokeism is being imposed on our military from above,
yeah,
there aren't as many people coming up
and
joining the ranks. That's the problem. It's the wokeism of the Trudeau Liberals that's killing the Canadian military. For Post Media, I'm Lord Gunter.
Yeah. Well, they might draft me if we go to war. I can look at the positive. See, it's not absolute rejection. It's just they maybe don't need me right now for the military, you know. And also food's expensive. I don't know if my family could afford that. Like, it's hard enough here, let alone overseas. Hi, Mom. I kind of ran out of bullets. Can you help me out? Like,
this video is brought
yeah,
to you
I need to buy a new body armor.
Like, 2011, the SNP have appeared an unstoppable force in Scottish politics. They consistently won large majorities in the Scottish Parliament and actually won almost every seat available in Westminster elections in 2015, 2017 and 2019. Last year, though, everything began to unravel. A damaging financial probe damaged their credibility. Factional infighting lost them their unity. They lost the election-winning Nicola Sturgeon, and polls now suggest that Labour have actually overtaken the SNP in Scotland for the first time in years. In some ways, the SNP's recent woes in Holyrood mirror those of the Conservatives in Westminster. They've both been in power for too long. They both lost election-winning leaders, and their woes have been exacerbated by internal ideological disagreements.
Ooh,
so in this video, we're going to have a look
naughty.
at the problems the SNP are facing.
How long is
and
this
ask
one?
whether they can recover.
Okay, it's
before
8
this
minutes.
year's
That's not too
election.
bad.
Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider
I'll pull this
subscribing
one up.
and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release
it's
new
not too
videos.
long. It's only 8
Now, the
minutes.
first and most obvious problem still facing the SNP is the ongoing Operation Branch Form, the name the police has given to the investigation into possible fundraising fraud committed by the SNP. The investigation began in 2021 and has seen senior members of the SNP arrested, including Nicola Sturgeon, her husband Peter Morell, a former SNP chief executive, and Colin Beattie, an MSP. As part of the investigation, the police looked into allegations that £666,953 that was specifically raised by the SNP to campaign for a second Scottish independence investigation was used for other purposes. More specifically than this, though, they also looked at a loan of £107,620 that Peter Morell provided to his wife Nicola Sturgeon. Now, for some of you watching this might seem like old news, and that it's already had its impact on the party. After all, this was all revealed last year, so how could this still be affecting the party? Well, the investigation is still ongoing, and every now and then, updates make their way into the newspapers. For example, only last week, The Sun Scotland reported that the police are now investigating the use of false signatures in SNP finances.
Wow.
This drip-feeding of further updates helps to contribute to the loss
I thought
of confidence
Canada
in the
was
SNP.
bad.
Had the
I thought
investigation
Canada
concluded,
was
the
bad.
SNP
At
could
least they're
begin to recover from
investigating
this
them,
scandal.
though.
But as it hasn't,
Nothing
still
happens
being
with
damaged by
CSIS
it.
or the
This is in much the
RCMP.
same
I
way
don't know.
as the
They just
Conservative Party, when the seemingly never-ending Partygate scandal continued. They couldn't properly move on from this while the police and Parliament were still investigating.
Wow.
Another big thing hurting their polling right now is party unity, or the lack thereof. In British politics, most political parties do not consist of one ideological faction. They're usually deliberately broad, so as to attract as many voters as they can. The downside with this is that factions within the party can often jostle for positions of power, undermining party unity. This generally isn't too bad when there's a leader that can win elections and guarantee the party power. Think back to when Boris Johnson won the 2019 election. Party unity was high, and it seemed as though Johnson
Sometimes it goes out when I turn on my microwave.
As the polls began to decline following a huge array of scandals, factionalism began to set in.
Good to see
This
you.
is what has happened with the SNP. They lost their unifying figure, Nicola Sturgeon, and with her, their chances of re-election. While Humza Yousaf did win
Good
the
to
leadership
see you.
election, he
Yo.
did so only narrowly, winning 52.1% to his opponent Kate Forbes' 47.9%. Forbes represents a totally different faction of the SNP, one that's more socially conservative. She's a devout Christian, something that has influenced her views on social policy. She's been on the record as saying that she'd vote against equal marriage. She opposes premarital sex and has said that she would not seek to challenge the decision by the Westminster government to block the Scottish Gender Recognition Reform Bill. Given the large amount of support for her back in the leadership election last year, it's clear that she knows that she could be a potential successor to Yousaf. There's been some reports already this year that she's starting to use her position to undermine Yousaf, with her recently criticising the Leeds House Agreement, which saw the SNP work more closely with the Greens in the Scottish Parliament. She's also opposing SNP tax rises and criticised NHS policy. Blair McDougall, a policy advisor who worked on the Better Together campaign in the independence referendum and is soon
some
to be a
of her
Scottish Labour
policies I
candidate,
like,
claimed that
but
this demonstrates that while Forbes has been on manoeuvres since she lost the leadership election, she was now using live ammunition. The point is that Yousaf has a...
if she said things like that in Canada, she would we're too centralists, you know. And some of what she's saying I agree with. Some of it I'm like, who cares who gets married, you know? It's Scottish politics. I'll pull up something else. Like her. She's cute. Oh yeah, like this is a weird one. I don't know how long it is.
What is the point of blue eyes? Why do some people have blue eyes? Why did this trait evolve?
I'm not going to pull up that whole one. You can find it on my blog. Yes, I will get to you. Okay. Oh. Poor Weave. She's a wild coyote, but this guy, like, she just comes over and hangs out at his house sometimes. And nice. Yep. Helps if I hit play.
Y'all keep asking how I got a code to trust me. I'll show you.
This is Weave. She's afraid of the other coyotes.
Mm-hmm.
I let her come inside
They
until they
sometimes
leave.
beat her up. So she'll go off with the pack, but then she'll, you know.
They gonna get you? Come on.
Yeah. She's so cute.
Why you go to bed? Get her. Hey, no, come here.
But she's so gentle. She is so, yeah.
Lay down. Go to bed. Lay down. If you're gonna be in here, you gotta go to bed. No, get up here.
No, you don't get to roam around. If you're gonna come in, you gotta go to bed. Like, good girl. He has an interesting relationship with, and she's cute. Like the animation for this one is going to be like pretty cute. It fits in with, oh yeah. And once again, weave. I think there was like,
Come here, baby.
it's just, I love
Get up on your
coyotes.
stump.
So.
There you go. So a couple videos ago,
They're tiny
I had
but
a baby deer on there,
vicious.
and everybody's asking how I got a coyote and a baby deer to get along. It wasn't hard.
She's
That deer was
just
a freak.
so.
It wasn't scared of anything.
Oh yeah, the deer is
Mom
probably
would ditch it in the
scarier
corner
than
of our
we.
yard, and it would get bored.
Especially with
Basically
a
come
mama
play
bear,
with
you
me and a
know,
coyote
or
and a dog.
mama deer. They are like mama bears. Like,
That's got to be the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
aw,
Well, they've been playing out here all day.
aw, that's cute. That's cute.
Come on. There you go. Buddy. Is it dinner? Is it a pet? Is it friend?
Aw. And I love his dog. Other dog is named Duck. You know.
Come on, mama. All right, baby.
Well, because if Fawn is separated from his mom or her mom, you know, the mom and they've had human contact. The mom will often abandon them, so it took him literally weeks just to coax the mom so she would come back to take back her baby. That's how sometimes a lot of fawns just get abandoned because people are like, "Oh, you're so cute," or "Oh, you know, it's." Yeah, well, sometimes mama, even deer have to go out, get the food, forage for the food, do a little hustling, you know, just to, you know, say they have to leave their babies, like, you know, a bit. It's, so people will see a fawn in the woods, but mama's close. Mama was actually pretty close. No, those are the cougars. Bad joke. Bad joke. This is going to be cool. Oh, this was nuts. I could not believe this video. I could not believe this video. Oh my goodness. I've had some pretty interesting rentals over time, but yeah. And this was part, yeah. Just wait for it. I don't know. How do I like bring this up more? Because like when you actually see what's happening, it's just so dark in this video.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What would you even do? Just look at, like, the floor is literally bouncing and there's all just, his whole living room is just stuff. I think it's like, oh, it's my screen. Okay. Once again, go blonde. Why is it so dark? I don't know. Why can't I see on my screen? Oh, it's turned halfway down. Good plan. Oh, this is, yeah.
We love Europe, man. We like Europe more than we like our own country at this point. I haven't seen an American flag in like 20 years in this city. Walk around, all you see is rainbow flags and the flags of other countries, right? Like if an alien landed in New York City right now, they'd be like, "We are in." Gay Ukraine. We come in peace.
That's how I feel like
We'll let you do
Canada.
the probing. We do the probing. We are allies of the LGBT. We haven't memorized the whole list. It's a long list. I know I gave that alien a Mexican accent. I guess it was an illegal alien. I didn't realize when I wrote it.
I like Tyler Fisher. No, he just seems to be doing like East Coast shows. Like I don't know if he's going to come to the West Coast. If he ever does like Vancouver or Seattle or something, I'd totally go or try and plan around it. Just he's hilarious. Oh God, yeah.
Homelessness is on the rise in Canada, along with spending on so-called homelessness consultants. Since February 2020,
Yeah, we're paying more in consultants.
In Canada. According to Statistics Canada's latest data, financial challenges are the leading cause of homelessness. Deteriorating housing affordability following the onset of the pandemic, combined with higher unemployment and fewer job vacancies in recent months, along with a surge in inflation through 2021 and 2022, has led to higher costs for essential goods and services. These factors continue to place financial pressures on many households across Canada. In the fall of 2022, almost half, or 44% of Canadians, were very concerned about their household's ability to afford housing or rent. So it comes as no surprise that the most reported reason leading to homelessness was financial issues, almost 42%.
What would be the effect on inflation if the carbon tax was eliminated? And that would create a one-time drop in inflation of 0.6 percentage point.
But wait, there's more. Victims of abuse may have nowhere to go. The link between abusive home situations and homelessness is an ongoing concern as the incidence of family violence in Canada rose for the fifth consecutive year in 2021, with women and girls accounting for 2/3 of the victims. Relationship issues at nearly 37% was the second leading factor driving Canadians into homelessness. A related driver was fleeing abuse at 13%, a common pathway to homelessness for many, but 4 times more likely for women than men.
Yeah.
When looking at absolute homelessness exclusively, these figures double, with over 2 in 5 women reporting absolute homelessness at some point as a result of fleeing abuse, compared with 12% of men. But friends, there's still more. Health issues can interrupt housing stability. While financial and relationship issues are the most common causes of homelessness, health-related issues can also lead to homelessness episodes. Canadians who have experienced any form of homelessness were more likely to report fair or poor mental health, 38% versus 17%, than the overall population. More respondents listed health issues as a major factor contributing to absolute homelessness than to hidden homelessness. Canadians experiencing homelessness and underlying mental health conditions have also been highly represented in recent opioid hospitalizations.
The Canada.ca website says very clearly, a few grains can kill you. Is that appropriate?
So, Mr. Chair, my colleague did ask this question before, and I believe we've already tabled all the proofs on safer supply, and I'll be happy to table them again for further reference.
That's not the question, Minister. My question is do you think you should be giving an incredibly potent synthetic opioid, of which a few grains can kill you, to children? Yes or no? Simple.
Each physician works with their patient.
Oh my God! No, they're trying to kill us
protocols that
off.
work best for them. That is.
There is no such thing as safe supply. This is fucking disgusting.
Trudeau Liberals haven't.
I can't believe
There's still more here. Moving doesn't always lead to finding a home. Canadians move for a variety of reasons, including changing household size, employment, better housing or neighborhoods, and evictions, leading to many diverse experiences of hidden homelessness. Other notable drivers of hidden homelessness are relocation at almost 21% and waiting to move into a new home, 16%. Over 1 in 3 households relocating at some point in the past reported waiting over 6 months in a state of hidden homelessness.
The truth is that the Prime Minister's not spending money on any of those things. He has a food program that doesn't feed kids, it feeds bureaucracies and creates frameworks that kids can't eat. He has a housing affordability program that doubles the cost of housing, a housing accelerator that hasn't built a single house, a carbon tax that hasn't reduced emissions. So instead of spending billions on programs that cause inflation and do nothing but sound pretty, Why won't he axe the tax on our farmers so that they can feed Canadians this winter?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Whether the leader of the opposition makes a homemade video about it or not, a key factor contributing to food inflation around the world is Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. That party has been playing right into the Kremlin's hands by voting against Operation Unifier, by voting against funding for military aid to Ukraine, and by voting at every opportunity, including again this morning, against the Canada-U-Trade free trade agreement that Ukrainians have been asking for. We will never abandon Ukraine, unlike the Conservative leader who showed Canadians.
Now, like every problem in liberal land, Trudeau knows the solution. Just line the pockets of rich consultants to tell us the
didn't
problems
they
are
salute a
something other than what
Nazi?
we know them to be.
Maybe
Easily
we shouldn't.
predictable outcomes of
Hello,
bad liberal
hello,
policies.
Chroma.
This is from today
Good to-
in Blacklock's Reporter.
I
Federal homeless relief program
I ask myself that every day.
show. Overall spending on consultants jumped 13% last year.
We're
despite
not that type of
province
people.
cuts spending on consultants. The Department of Infrastructure in
We're
the
working on
Priority
it.
Ministry
we're just
disclosed
passive
$2.8
aggressive
million
to a
was
fault.
paid to date to consultants under the
Hello,
2019
Chroma.
Reaching Home program. The grant
I am
program was
good.
to reduce homeless rates
I'm
and
good.
budgeted
Big hug,
$4
sir.
billion over 9 years. Homelessness, according to the Liberals, it just needs more consultants instead of bail reform, drug treatment not enabling,
right before the
more mental health
pandemic,
supports,
I was
fewer
supposed to work at a
taxes, and more
shelter, like
housing starts. Oh, and a
volunteering.
pause in immigration.
And
to
now
take all
it's
that
like,
strain off the housing supply.
I don't know how to use a Narcan kit. It looks like Portland around there. It literally looks like Portland around the shelter now. And I don't feel safe going downtown. And, you know, the Christian in me is like, yes, these people need, and it's like, no, I need self-care right now after seeing what my country is. And like, sorry, Jesus wants me to focus on me, not like, oh, I really need to help these people who can't even help themselves. Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah, just, they're coming. It's an invasion. Like, this shouldn't be happening in the States. It's insane. Just, I pulled this one up for you, Chroma, just because I love you. I figure you might like.
Or Katoi in Thai. They are usually
You wouldn't be
different
too
to
fussy,
other
I don't think, at
women,
this point in
which
the
Thai
Black
society would
Forest.
typically call a woman, or Poi Yin in Thai. Ladyboys play a large role in the nightlife of cities like Bangkok, Phuket, and Pattaya. They are also found throughout Thai society and are culturally accepted by all.
I
When
need them
visiting,
to teach me
it's good
girly
to act
because
like
I'm
other
really
Thais
out of
and not
practice
be
after
judgmental
like
towards
decades
ladyboys,
in
or treat
factories
them any
and.
differently than you would somebody else. That said, if you do plan on experiencing
I'm
the nightlife
trying
that Thai
really
cities have to
hard.
offer, it is good to know how to recognise ladyboys. Whether you plan on seeking them out or want to steer clear of them, here are 10 easy ways to recognise ladyboys in Thailand. From a distance, one of the first indicators of a ladyboy is her height. The average height of Thai men is about 4 inches taller than women, so ladyboys are usually taller than their cisgendered counterparts. Obviously,
I hate
someone's
cis.
height and most of these
Can-
other features
it's
isn't
not
a perfect
cis.
test,
I
but it is a
hate,
good
like-
starting point as you walk towards some
Can I
ladies
just stop
outside
this
a
for a
bar.
second? It
Or
just, that term, hey, you want to use your whatever dumb pronoun you want, go for it. But you want to use that pronoun or label to identify me? I find it disturbing. And I'm not cis, but you get my point. Like, have you seen boobs? They're awesome.
or in a nightlife area.
See, that's why I'm like not.
Some ladyboys might attempt to make their voices sound higher, but not all will do this. Either way, a ladyboy's voice will sound a bit deeper and fuller than expected, or it might sound artificially high. Ladyboys also generally have better English skills than many other workers you will encounter around the nightlife scene, which can be helpful in many situations.
Love you, Chroma. You take care, sir.
Men usually have broad shoulders and narrow hips compared
you
to
sleep
most women,
well. You
who
sleep
tend
well.
to have more narrow shoulders and broad hips. Because of this,
I might
ladyboys
be on
will
later.
often have proportions similar
I
to a
don't
man.
know. I don't work till
If
noon,
you are around
so
the nightlife areas,
and it's
ladyboys will
only
usually
9
be
here,
wearing fairly
so
skimpy
I still got
outfits,
time.
so it shouldn't be too difficult to quickly take a look at the overall proportions of their body.
Yes, you should.
Once you are near a group of ladies, you can look for an Adam's apple. If you see one, they are most likely a ladyboy.
But at the same time, like, I wouldn't
having an
complain.
guarantees
You
a
know,
cisgender
like,
woman.
I
Because
can't
there are
pull off
surgeries to
looking
lessen
like
the
that.
protrusion of it
I
by
just
shaving down the bone.
I have too many
So you
other
should only
projects
rely
on the
this
go,
feature in conjunction
you know,
with others in this list.
but they're gorgeous. And people think I'm
Generally
anti-trans.
speaking, men have larger
Hi,
hands than women.
X. Yeah.
If the woman's
I
hand
don't
seems bigger than expected, there is a chance that she is a ladyboy. There are, however, women with larger than average hand sizes, so be aware of that as well. And size would be the only indicator in regards to hands, because having soft, manicured hands with painted fingernails is pretty easy and cheaply accomplished in Thailand.
I'd be more suspicious over.
On average, the breast size of Thai women is typically on the smaller end. But since
But
a
they're
ladyboy
gorgeous,
usually
and
has
it's
breast
part of
implants,
a
they tend to
cultural
decide
thing.
on larger than average
Like,
sizes if they're working in nightlife.
you know,
With the aforementioned skimpy clothing, it shouldn't be very difficult to figure out the size of the woman's breasts. But remember
think
that
a lot
anybody
of
can
this
have breast
culture is,
implants, so this might not be
you
the
know.
best way to tell. Most ladyboys that work in the night.
But at the same time, like, I'm just saying, like, it's not like that here. I think I'm pulling it up just because it's like so different. And I've seen it, like, you know, party times, and you can, like, but just, I don't know, like, well, also it's Victoria, like, we just, and it's cold. You know, there's only certain times a year you can really dress up like that. Like, it's just a different culture. Where are we at? We're at halfway through. I'll pull up something else. Let's do more Canadian politics. Yay!
There are just 3 weeks left before he has to deliver on pharmacare.
This is what he's setting up. This is the move.
Earthen Perspective
that he's
is
about to
awesome.
make.
Like and subscribe to them. They are a force. Like one of those like power couples. Like just.
Welcome back to Northern Perspective, everyone. I'm Cypher.
And I'm Fox. Everyone is talking
That
about what
sounds a
happened
little
in question
long.
period today.
It sounds like 24
Nobody's
minutes,
talking about
but
what
just
happened
to forewarn
outside
you.
of question period yesterday.
I was.
Politics is a game of chess. The game board spans our country from coast to coast, and the pieces symbolize the moves that each of the party leaders makes over the course of a prime minister's term of office.
Yeah.
When the king falls, the game is over, and checkmate is declared. Then we have an election, the board is reset, and the game begins anew. The conclusion of the current game is at hand, and we will show you why in this video.
Let's take a look.
Here's the reality.
When we formed government in 2015, we had to undo the firing of thousands of border services agents that the Harper government cut.
Oh my God, I hate this.
We had to rehire them.
Like, how do we get
He's
him in
always
jail?
suggesting
Like,
cuts.
just
Meanwhile,
how do we
we
get
are
him in
investing
jail?
to
That's
fight
even
money
in my
laundering, to fight
description.
organized crime. The Conservative Party
No,
seems to
he's
vote against all
fueling
these
it.
initiatives.
He is
Pay attention
like,
to the look in Justin Trudeau's eyes in this video.
yeah, that's
He
cocaine.
doesn't
Like,
look calm.
No, he looks rabid.
He looks nervous.
Yeah, he
looks
should
panicked. He looks like he's about to be kicked out of office.
He walked out of the House of Commons. He just got up and walked out. Everyone was sort of like, okay, whatever, princess, having a moment.
Lower cost to taxpayers.
I don't even know if this is a recent one or a few days, but
by 32% since he took
it's
office.
getting
just as the
unhinged.
bureaucracy has exploded. He has not put it into frontline officers. In fact, at the Port of Montreal, there's only 5 of them to inspect.
This is going to be such pretty animation.
Only 1% of which get inspected. Why would he cut the high price?
Yeah, no, it's like, no. It's China.
It would be more credible what the leader of the opposition was saying if he hadn't voted against sending
you thought
$121 to the province of Ontario to fight against organized crime.
I think Canadians might have a civil war before you guys do over the border. I think you're American. I'm not sure. Everyone thought we were cute and polite. No, it's. Oh my God,
thousands of jobs under his previous government.
Oh, it's bad here. It's like
we've invested in them and we will continue to.
Yeah, like we have Chinese police stations here, thanks to Trudeau.
Up again and
I'll find one. I'll find one of my videos.
On Justin Trudeau
I will find one of my videos.
His body
Do
language
not
is telling us all we need
start.
to know.
The honourable member,
Sorry, I'm
the honourable
just.
leader of the opposition.
I'll say it
I have too
softly
many
and
screens
slowly
up
so
and
the
I'm
Prime
swearing
Minister
at
can
them all.
Cut auto theft by 50%, by half. Yes, while reducing the cost of the bureaucracy.
Yes.
Yes, we are voting against.
Oh my God,
putting
yes.
Hundreds of millions of
Yes.
dollars more into high-priced consultants
That
and
is-
back office bureaucrats. that
Like
don't stop crime.
it's communism meets woke
Every container going out of the
changed
four
my
biggest
mind about
ports
something.
with 75
Changed my mind.
border agents to do the
You know,
inspections
it's-
on the ground. Why can't we have more
it's
boots
pretty
on the
bad
ground
here.
and
Like-
fewer bureaucrats in office?
It is because we have a shadow ban in our media. Like you don't hear about anything beyond state broadcasters except for people like I pull up on my blog.
And got more done.
You
But
know,
do you see how Pierre is getting into Trudeau's head by saying things like, well, speak
independent
softly
media,
so we
and
can understand.
we're under attack.
Pierre is playing mind games
Like-
because he knows he's the top dog right now. He knows that he's going to be sitting in Justin's seat in just a few months.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely
we're
is.
calling
And
an election
you
soon.
see the difference in body language in the Conservatives and Pierre. They're confident.
It has been. It's
They have
scary,
purpose.
but
Taking one step in front of the
I'm
other.
gonna,
and charging
I don't
ahead.
care. I'm gonna stand
The
up.
Liberals,
I could go to jail for
there's no soul,
misgendering
there's no
someone.
life, there's
know,
nothing.
that's
It's like an empty
too far.
husk of a man.
No, sorry.
It's an empty
If
husk
you're
of a
doing an
government.
address, you're doing an
He
address.
talks about boots on
Like,
the ground, but the
Sorry.
government he was part of that he's taking credit for.
I
now
try
actually
to
cut
use
thousands of
they
jobs
when I'm
and
at
boots on the
work
ground
just to be
at the
diplomatic, but
Agency.
otherwise
We've
it's like
continued to step up to support Canadians.
If I'm outside of work,
To mention
like,
C5, it's just a bill that kept
because
mandatory minimum
I don't
penalties
even
for
know
cartels on the
sometimes.
books.
Like, so it's
Emergency
easier
75,
sometimes.
this
Like,
is a bill that
you
raised
actually could
maximum
be the
penalties
gender
on
you
cartels.
are,
We're
and
gonna
if I
continue
say
to
it
invest in
wrong,
fighting money laundering,
I'm
and
going
we
to
hope
really offend
that
you even
organized crime, and we
more
hope that the
because
Conservatives change
they'll,
their mind and vote with us
especially
to
with
crack
older
down on
women, because you don't always know. It's
Why would the Conservatives, vote for anything that you put forward? Because you're literally the largest organized crime organization in the country.
Seriously,
Because-
you guys are so corrupt. Like the mob is probably calling you guys for tips.
Yeah. They're like, damn.
Oh boy!
How did you do that? How'd you
And
get
now
away
Twitch
with
is
it?
going
Hold my
down.
beer in every scenario.
Yes, you had to say something. No, we're okay.
He's hiked the cost. He's hiked the crime. He's not worth the cost. He's not worth
Oh.
the crime after 8
No.
years. He's also not worth the hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's been claiming
Nope.
for months that
Okay.
he had no involvement in or knowledge of the invitation
Whatever I
of
did
a
on
former
Twitch
Nazi
is bad.
soldier to the visit of the Ukrainian
Usually that
president.
one
Now we
stays
know
up.
that he personally invited that
Oops,
same individual
anyways.
He actually
Yeah.
said the opposite. And he said that the former speaker had to resign over doing the exact same thing. So will he hold himself to the very same standard and admit that he's not fit for office?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I don't remember another scenario. Could have happened,
Even the
but I don't
truckers'
remember another
protests, like you
scenario
look
where
at
Pierre
what's
has
going
outright said
on
that Trudeau
in
should
France.
resign. I don't recall one. But
No,
this is the thing.
just
It's punch after punch after punch.
we're going to
This is how
take back
you know
our
the House of
country.
Cards
It's
is
just going to
falling
be with
because
bouncy
the
castles and prayer
amount
circles.
I'll say problems
Street hockey.
that are now coming at the Liberals.
Comedy.
They're accelerating.
We're taking back comedy from the left because, like, that used to be our greatest export other than oil, and they have literally destroyed humor.
May want to stop that train before everybody knows
I
exactly
do satire. I'm not supposed to be funny all the time.
The attacks that the leader of the opposition is choosing to make against the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress demonstrates the extent to which this Conservative Party no longer stands with Ukraine. They have an opportunity in just a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, to stand and vote in favor of a free trade
He
deal
is such a
that Volodymyr
fucking
Zelensky
like.
himself is
He
asking
doesn't
this House
like.
to pass.
Okay.
And
Oh
he is
God,
choosing
I almost
to
want to
not
pull it
stand
up. That
with
chicken
Ukraine, not stand
in
with Ukrainians, and not stand
See if
with
my
Ukrainian
little cursor
Canadians.
works.
Why are they abandoning Ukraine?
Okay, you see this little like cunt right behind him? She tanked our military.
It's super cringe.
Oh yeah, she did.
And
I sat through
it's funny, that
like you
seems
don't
to
know
be the
how
whistle
many
that the
budgetary
rest of the caucus hears, and like, oh, we're supposed to
hearings,
stand up and clap now.
and she had no clue what she was doing. Her husband is facing a class action suit because
And it's
there
just-
was a privacy breach with Oliver and
Just
Smith.
what's going through the minds
And you
of
will
those
never
MPs
hear
standing
about
here clapping
stuff
like a
like
bunch of
this on the
seals,
news.
knowing that half of them are not going to
That's
have
why
a
I'm
seat
starting
in a
to
couple
just
months.
keep my blog up, document it. Like you can go through it.
After months of feigned outrage and apologies on behalf of
it's-
everyone else, a new report by the Globe and Mail shows
She's
that the Prime
good,
Minister's
and I love
office
that
invited
jacket.
a Nazi to his diplomatic reception in Toronto. He blamed the speaker, saying that he acted alone. He's saying he had no idea
that's it.
about any of it.
I don't know
He
about
called
the
him-
puffy.
He called for him to take responsibility.
It looks
he
cute,
watched him resign, and yesterday
but
he tried
I'm
to
just-
blame the Ukrainian
I'm
Congress.
so fussy.
After all of
I
the
would be like,
embarrassment
I would
all over the world, why is he
destroy.
above the
I'd
rules
be
that he
fussing with
applies to
that
everyone
all day in
else?
the house. Like, I'd be worse than Freeland.
Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about is some name that came from a community organization. Obviously, the Prime Minister had no knowledge of this, but here we know what is happening over here.
Oh, the
We're voting
trucker.
today at third reading on the Canada-Ukraine free trade arrangements. Mr. Zelensky stood there and asked us to pass this. Their opposition to this bill is a moral failing of historic proportions in response to an effort to support our friends in Ukraine and repel the Russian invaders.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
What an embarrassment it must be for the House Leader to have to clean up the Prime Minister's mess every day. The invitation had the Prime
Yeah, we
Minister's
basically
name
had
on it.
martial
It came
law,
from him, and
which
for
was
months,
deemed
he said
illegal.
only the Speaker invited
It's
him.
only a
It
matter
turned
of
out
time
not to
before
be
Trudeau
true.
goes to jail.
His own House Leader said that the invitation merited a Speaker's resignation. The Speaker resigned because of him, and all of them watched him do it. So will the Prime Minister be subject to the rules that he imposes on everyone else?
That speaker, he didn't want to say that, and he lost his job, and they threw him under the bus.
To mask their larger historical moral failing.
You know what a moral failing is? The Prime Minister leaving
Well-
the House of Commons in the middle of that question.
Did you see
Well,
before
have you- yeah.
Trudeau was sitting in his seat behind the House Leader and beside Chrystia Freeland. And after Melissa speaks,
Yeah.
he's not there.
I'm just going to pull up your
He ran
comments
for cover
because I think you're
like the
addressing good
coward and
points.
spoiled little rich boy that he is.
Well, and to play devil's advocate, when we had our tour of the House of Commons, we were told that members often will exit up the aisle and out behind them where the lobbies are. So on the government side, there's the government lobby. On the opposition side, where
there's
here
ways
and
to.
the circus sit is the opposition
There's
lobby.
ways to.
There's washrooms
I
out
mean,
through there. There's refreshments out through there.
I get a cleaning job
but
in there.
I don't think that's what happened
just
here.
to spy.
I don't think
I
they
would.
typically do this during question period.
It's the Russian
more when they've
embassy
been in the House
hiring.
voting
I
all
mean,
day.
I don't know if I'd
It
like
was
Ottawa.
evident
I
that
kind of
Trudeau
like
wasn't really
Victoria.
happy today.
But hey, it's like nice
really,
to know I have options.
Really good reason
like
for that.
I'm good at
And the
cleaning.
reason is because Jagmeet Singh is now
Not in
playing
my
his
place, but
final chess move. And it began yesterday.
I've been
actually,
hearing
I
from a lot of
am.
Canadians
I
that
just
are hopeful about pharmacare.
I don't work till noon
Particularly
tomorrow,
seniors,
so it's
and
good.
It's very
I can
heartbreaking
just.
if you ever heard stories from seniors who share with me how they've got to choose between buying their medication or buying groceries with how expensive the cost of living is. And Justin Trudeau
I
has
know
an
I
opportunity to
pulled
fix
this
that.
one up again, but we're all just sort of
He has
like
failed
Jagmeet
before on
Singh.
pharmacare. He's
Okay,
broken his promise on pharmacare.
since you're not from
Opportunity to correct that
Canada,
now.
okay, you look at this guy, and this is not like to be racist. He is not legally allowed in India or the United States, yet he is the leader of a major political party. And he, sits in the House of Commons. So, the NDP used to be like the working class party in Canada. Like, we were like farmers, it came out of farmers. Oh no. Well, okay, I'm not being racist, but he's Sikh. And he is not allowed in his homeland because he has a fucking criminal record over there. No, he does. Like, he fucked up. That's why he's in Canada, and he's not, like, he shouldn't even be in the House of Commons. Like, it's like the entire Trudeau. I have never been convicted of a crime, and I have the same degree as Trudeau. I should be prime minister. I'd be awesome. Yeah, it's like, basically, it is World Economics Forum, corruption. Like, we were bought and sold. It's. I kind of were hoping that with the Conservative government, it's not just trading the football like it's happening in the States. But I gotta say, seeing this border right now, if Uncle Trump was in there, sure as shit that wouldn't be happening. Like, it's disturbing how, like, socialism is a failed model, and it is communism, it's Marxism, it doesn't work. Like, we've been trying it for, like, what, almost 200 years now? It's not really working for anyone. Like, we need to strive a border between capitalism, absolute capitalism, which is also not working. Otherwise, China wouldn't have a stronghold on us in our economies. Oh, God. Sorry for my soapbox. Back to.
And I'll be meeting with the Prime Minister later on today. I'll make it very clear to him again.
Absolutely.
There are just 3 weeks left before he has to deliver on pharmacare. For Canadians are expecting him to not fail again, this is the opportunity to deliver. So we'll be putting pressure on him to deliver in the next 3 weeks.
So I'm not going to get in the way of Jagmeet's
I have to say,
except for when he is trying to use false facts. But if he's trying to use
wherever
false facts to take down
Alberta's
Trudeau,
going,
you never interrupt your enemy when they're about to make
I
a mistake.
see potential.
But we still have to call out the mistakes. So what was the mistake
It's fair.
that he made. So
and
Fox ended up looking into this because
what
she
we
was pretty
have
sure
already
that
is good,
in
but
most
when you get
provinces, if
so
not
much
all of them,
corruption in government,
seniors have
people
some sort
getting
of pharmacare program.
kickbacks and
And it's
people
not just seniors, it's
going
often
on
anybody
their
who
own
makes,
little agendas,
below a certain
not
income
what is in
threshold
the
and doesn't have private
Constitution
insurance through their
or the
employer,
criminal
their spouse's
code.
employer, or if
Then
they're
you
young enough,
have
their parents' employer.
the destruction
for
of
example, when I
society
was
we're
fresh out of
seeing
college,
today.
working but didn't have my own
I
drug
think
program,
Alberta, like,
was
I
on
want
the
to see where
Ontario
Daniel
Trillium
Smith
Drug
is going to take
Benefit,
this.
which provided me the opportunity to
I
buy the
think
medication that I
she
needed,
shows potential.
and it was like prorated to my income. It turns out all provinces and the territories have their own type of drug benefit programs. Just it's different based on the province or the territory in which you reside. We are going to put this link in the description of our video because it is an important one.
BC. Oh yeah, our drug treatment plan. Yeah, I am in a dictatorship. This is what it looks like. Like in BC, the province I live in, some cities, you can literally go and get drugs in vending machines, like fentanyl in vending machines. And I'm sorry, I haven't seen cigarettes in vending machines for probably 20 years because we all thought they were wrong and we shouldn't be doing this, even though now it's really, they were so much cheaper. And yeah. Well, I think that goes into tribalism, but you know, it can go Jonestown real quick. You know, we always had this in our nature. This is why we elect a leader and have structures in government. Humans are naturally pack animals. We're going to organize ourselves in a certain way, regardless, you know? It's, you look at any culture, everyone, and it's only at the ends of civilizations has it been, early times, but even, you can say, oh, well, they were all hunters and gatherers. No, it was a very sophisticated, structured society. Otherwise, if it wasn't, we wouldn't be here. And I don't even know if the next generations are going to make it the way they're going. I'm more the Greek model. I like a council. Even I do think there needs to be, sometimes someone at the helm, like as a sailor. Would you just want like a ship to sail willy-nilly in the middle of a storm without like a good captain? Is that a good way to put how I think about it? Like, so I do agree with that, but I think in some ways I'm just more feral about some things. There needs to be a captain. There needs to be the Sherpa. There needs to be, would you want to go like climb? Yeah. No, I'm a part pirate. Fuck off. Like, I earn my stripes. And not these ones. I'm working on something. But that's not a dictatorship. It's have you ever served in the military? Or have you ever sailed? Have you ever sailed? That's a better question. If you've been in a boat you want to trust someone like, because you might just be the cook. You're only on the boat just to make the food. You're only on the boat to run the riggings because you love climbing. All of a sudden, it's like, the boat's sinking. Can you take the helm and sail it? You need a good captain. Like, you see the difference in the mindsets. I think too, when you've actually been in kind of life and death situations, you trust your captain, because you will do whatever they say, because they are the only ones who will take you out of that. No, I'm just saying it's okay. Like, I'm sorry, in Afghanistan, I'd really kind of glad for that chain of command, because it's like, and if shit happens, you have to be able to take over that helm. Like, it's not about, but it's like, yes, coming together, but some people are better at other jobs than other people. Is that fair? You wouldn't want a surgeon. There's a difference between surgeons and stonemasons. That's an old expression. You wouldn't want a stonemason to work on your brain, and you definitely would not want a doctor to rebuild your deck or fence or I'm going to read this up. So there's a reason I use the word dictator specifically, because people are programmed to view it as evil when there's no morality attached to it. You mentioned Christianity. What if Jesus came back? Now, that's definitely an interesting question. How do you know Jesus isn't back? It is the living blood. Like, maybe he just I don't know if you've ever looked up Nostradamus theories behind
Those of you
it.
who may have been looking forward
Maybe
to
he
the
just
possible
doesn't want
pharmacare bill,
stalkers.
because you're concerned about the cost of your medications.
I don't know.
Check into these programs. Check into the one for your province or territory, because you may be eligible to receive your medications at a lower cost than you are currently paying.
Yeah.
But this kind of just goes into our narrative that we were talking about. Remember, we started talking about an election coming in May of last year. And then we did another really significant video, I believe it was at late August, early September. And we detailed our theory about how this was going to go down, and that it was all going to be revolving around the pharmacare bill.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are. So Jagmeet Singh is taking the position that the Liberals failed. They already broke their promise.
Yeah.
That was the December 31st deadline. But Jagmeet is so compassionate and he's so committed to working for Canadians that he extended that deadline.
For
How
his
nice.
pension?
How nice for
Let's
you
just call
to
it
extend
what
it
it
so you
is.
don't have to have an election in the snow. Now, what his narrative is now is that he's working hard for Canadians. And it's up to the Liberals not to break their promise again. So this is the narrative. This is what he's setting up. This is the move that he's about to make. Okay? So let's continue.
To clarify, though, are you saying that them breaking the promise does not mean you're pulling the plug on the deal?
Oh, they would have walked away from the deal then. They're obviously, if they don't follow what they're supposed to do, they walked away from the deal.
There you go.
There. I'm not walking away because I'm working hard for Canadians trying to get this pharmacare bill done. It's the Liberals who are walking away from Canadians. They're the bad ones.
This is the NDP's play. Okay? And this is significant. So
It is.
let's keep going.
If they don't deliver on an element of the deal, they have walked away from the deal.
Oh my God.
That is directly them breaking.
I voted for the NDP. I didn't
Why
vote
is this
for this
significant?
shit. I voted for Saskatchewan.
Later that day, this is why we said Trudeau had a very rough 24 hours. Later that day, Jagmeet Singh had a meeting with Trudeau after this press conference. So he's publicly announcing this is a threat, right? This is a threat.
But Jesus
And
doesn't
people may
dictate.
say, well, does this mean Jagmeet
Jesus
Singh
just loves.
is not going to break the supply and confidence agreement? Yes, he absolutely will. He 100% will.
Well, I think Jagmeet is going to
Exactly,
do whatever makes
see?
him look best. If he thinks
A good captain,
I should
a
say
good
if he
shepherd.
thought that he could get this pharmacare
And the
deal
one
done
who will
the way
trust,
he wanted
like,
it
okay,
done, I think
I
in his
know my
head, he
flock
thought he
will
would be
go,
the next Tommy Douglas. We all
but I
know
will
who
still
Tommy
go
Douglas
back
was.
for
He
that
was the
lost
NDP leader
little
who
one.
got us universal health care.
Or that lost
It's
little
also
star.
Kiefer Sutherland's granddad. Anyways, I think Jagmeet thought he could elevate himself to that almost celebrity politician status
Amen.
if he was able to
That
get
is
this deal done.
That is a very wonderful
It's not looking
statement.
like it's going to get done. The other thing that
Is a very
Canadians are
wonderful
saying
statement.
is
Well said.
we
Thank
want
you.
an election. We're tired of this government ruining our
Mhm.
lives,
Yeah, we
ruining
are.
the economy, ruining everything around us. We want an election. Now,
Yeah.
if Jagmeet thinks that it'll make him popular to call an election, I think that's the way he's going to go.
Well, and if you look
He'll
at it
lose
this
his
way,
seat. All
this
the
pharmacare
except
bill
for Edmonton.
is actually, it was a pretty good play to
They've
get
just
this in
gone
the supply
woke
and
as
confidence
fuck.
agreement. Because
I'm like,
if you're
I'm sorry,
Jagmeet,
I loved
and if
Edmonton.
you're being
It's like
strategic, you're
hometown,
playing
but
the long game. Notice it wasn't in year one, it wasn't in year two, because it's unlikely,
Mhm.
right? They know that the average minority government only lasts 2.3 years.
we're at.
So the less likely initiatives that you
I'll join
want
you.
would go in
They're
years
going to
3
talk
and
for
4.
a bit.
And we're in year 3.
I'll
So
be right back.
no wonder
Sorry.
pharmacare
I'm
is
making
on the
bad
back half of
jokes.
this. Now, if you look
And
at this,
yeah.
if he
I wanted
gets
to check my
pharmacare,
messages.
then he gets to be the new Tommy Douglas, as Fox says.
Yeah, Tommy Douglas
But
was
if he doesn't
awesome,
get
but
pharmacare, he gets to point the finger at Justin Trudeau, right?
and nobody
And
likes
people
him.
say, well, you know,
So it's not
what if the
gonna go
Liberals
well
get
for
it? What
him,
if the
but-
Liberals, actually deliver on it? Well, let's bring you to a Globe and Mail article that we saw the other day. The article reads, Mr. Singh told reporters that the two parties don't agree on the type of pharmacare program that should be implemented, but he added that the NDP believes a compromise is in reach. I don't think so.
I think this is just to save face for the media.
It's posturing, yes.
Yeah, it is.
Late last year, a source with direct knowledge of the Liberal NDP negotiations said a national pharmacare program is not an option because of the massive cost of a universal single-payer drug insurance plan, which would shift the financial burden from employers and people with private plans to the government. The Globe and Mail is not identifying the source because they are not authorized to speak publicly on the matter. And this is what we've said. There is no possibility of this pharmacare plan coming to fruition because the NDP want a single-payer system, just like our healthcare system. And the Liberals are not in a position to do that because it completely transforms the way pharmacare is dealt with in this country.
Well, because right now it's dealt with on the provincial/territorial level.
Right. So there's a whole bunch of work that would need to be done here, and they're not even close. Not even close. And the insurance companies would be fighting back because they get premiums for this stuff, right? And the benefits and the drug plans that all the employers pay into, it's going to throw all of that into upheaval because now the employers will just say, oh, drug plan? Great. No benefits for you regarding drugs.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, when you have a single health or a single payer healthcare system, such as here in Ontario, at least, that's the one I'm
Which is
familiar
basically
with,
communism.
with our OHIP program, you
Call it
cannot
what it
charge
is.
money for anything that falls under OHIP. So, for example, if you break your arm and you need an x-ray, and they say, well, the wait is going to be 3 weeks for an x-ray, which it's not, but let's just hypothetically go with it. then you go, okay, well, you know what? I'll just go to some X-ray clinic in Toronto and get an X-ray, and it'll cost me $500. I have no problem paying it. Fine, I'll pay it. You can't do that. Now, there are some ways that
I wish
some
we
clinics
could
will
in
try to skirt
BC.
around this law. They do kind of
Because
things on
I'd
the back
rather
end,
like
but
pay it than wait.
generally speaking, you cannot
Just-
pay for something that is covered by the provincial healthcare plan.
You know, these are the moves. So what does the end game look like? Well, Pierre and the Conservatives are in an all-out
this is
assault
going to look like.
on Justin Trudeau. They're not talking a lot about the NDP. Notice that. Why? Because right now it's in their interest for the NDP polls to go up.
Oh.
Because the further up the NDP polls go, the more comfortable Jagmeet Singh is
Oh
going
my
to
God!
be
Speaking of
in voting
northern
non-confidence because,
perspective, oh my goodness, they
just consistent mismanagement that we have seen from this government.
liberals are terrified of arrive can and shut down committee. Holy crap! I'm gonna wait it on that one. I'm already pulling up
actually has a
their
shot
this
of
one.
doing well in the election, perhaps overtaking Trudeau.
I'd
getting
rather
more seats,
watch it first and
and getting
unpack
his
it.
$90,000 a year
You
pay
know.
raise, becoming official leader of the opposition in the next government.
Sometimes I just pull
So
them
that's the
up
first
and I
part.
have no idea, and then
The
I.
second part
but
is, although there's been a few references
it gives
to the
them
Conservatives
extra
made by the
views on
NDP,
YouTube.
they're barely talking about them. Who are they talking about? Justin Trudeau. And all of the things going wrong with his government, and all of the reasons Canadians are angry.
Well, again, he's stoking that fire.
I
He's
have a list.
blowing on the embers of our outrage, because we all know everything that is wrong right now is the Liberals' fault, and he's trying to
It is.
get you upset all over again. Yeah, it's the
He's
Liberals'
trying
fault.
to
It's the
play
Liberals'
this
fault.
like
He's
little
speaking especially to
victim and
previous
this
Liberal
like.
voters. A lot of them are not ready to vote Conservative. So he's
man.
speaking to those individuals. Look at this mess that Justin Trudeau and his caucus
There's
put you
always
in.
the PPC.
Come over and vote for NDP because we will make it better.
Mhm.
You know, we're giving you what you want, which is an election. That's where this is headed.
Yeah, and NDP,
This is a fight that Justin
NBC
Trudeau
will
cannot
suck
win
it up. Of course,
because
like
it's two
it's
against
like
one, and he's in a minority government.
oh
To use the
god.
chessboard analogy,
British Columbia has not had a conservative government since 1954. It is just like it's going to be either Liberal or NDP, and I'm not endorsing the Conservatives. I actually like the PPC, but the local constituent blocked me, but Maxine, didn't annex, so I think there was just some disagreements. It's fine. I still love the party. I just don't know. Like where I live, it won't matter. It's going to be Liberal or NDP. That's just how woke people are in my city. It's after. Yeah, you can get free drugs for kids. Like, how dumb is this? Like, they're crying because, you can't give kids puberty blockers or let them use make-believe names without their parents' consent.
he only has a few pieces
Just
left.
saying.
He has his king and a couple of pawns.
Yeah.
A lot of pawns.
A lot of pawns.
Not for long, though. Half of those pawns are going to be losing their seats.
And meanwhile, on the other side,
He lost his
Pierre's the
knights
king,
way long
and,
ago, and
sorry,
he's
Jagmeet,
soon
you're
to
the queen.
lose his castles.
But in this fight, they're on the same
Just
side.
as beautiful
And
as the game, isn't
It's
it?
going to end with Jagmeet declaring that the Liberals broke the supply and confidence agreement. That's what he's going to say. And then it sets up the non-confidence vote. And then we're going to have an election.
I've been
in the
asking
spring,
for a
everybody. And
non-confidence
you still don't
vote
believe it. I don't really know what
for
to tell you because this is where everything is headed.
2
It's where all
years.
moves are
When
pointing to.
was the truckers'
Pierre and Jagmeet
protest?
are about to make their final play.
Actually, I was
And
asking,
Justin Trudeau
like,
is going to have a checkmate on his hands.
Oh God, if Trudeau just grew a sad and imagine how Imagine how cool a prime minister Trudeau would be if he had been like, you know what? I was wrong on all these mandates. I was wrong. And you truckers, you don't like, it's all done. It's all done. He came down, played street hockey, jumped on a bouncy castle, sat at a prayer circle, like draped the Canadian flag over Terry Fox. Since this one was draped over him, but apparently draping the Canadian flag by veterans was, you know, oh God, this is so cute. I hope I don't get a strike for this one, but it's so damn cute. Oh my goodness. They literally, it's like that song. No.
Cleo, why don't you want to use a broken pencil? Because there's no point.
They will giggle. They communicate. I just want to love you and I'm cute. This is like a rescue. This isn't like she just has pet foxes. This is like it is like pets, but it is like a, you know, normally they'd be nice furs. And oh God, they are so cute. I love the white one. That one, it just like, and what was the comments? The comments in this one were awesome. Like, a wise man once said, foxes are dogs running cat software with a dolphin soundboard. I like how some of the foxes just sound like cats. Like they're like such a mix of different, and it really depends what country your foxes are from, because not all foxes, like, some don't giggle like that, but the ones here are like, and okay, if you see a fox on the island, this is a community service warning, and this is an actual real thing. I could do a whole blog on it because it's such a weird case story where in 1972 on Vancouver Island, oh God, I'm sorry, I need like my hoodie up just before it's like a comfort thing. People on the island were given a grant to mix foxes with wolves and crossbreed them, like, I don't know. And it was, they actually got quite a bit of money, like in 1972 times, but they kind of escaped. And people think like, well, like, I don't know, like, there are parts in the island, like if you've ever watched Twin Peaks, if you've ever seen the TV show Twin Peaks, there are parts in the island that make it look like a cakewalk. Like, I'd love to do like, you know, random stories, but doing trips are so expensive, and but I'd love to do like the east side of the island, like go up the old island highway. And I'd love to do a tribute to Cumberland because it hurt so much seeing what happened in World War II with the Japanese, and, you know, seeing the internment camp is, you know, it just, it's not, I don't know, it's like and Cumberland's a beautiful town, like it just, and everyone's been like, we fucked up as Canadians, we became the baddies. So, and I actually really like Cumberland, like, and Up Island, it's a little colder though. Victoria gets this like mist rain, they get like buckets, you know, and then you get all the winter. I love foxes, they're so cute. I know they're like this, but you know what, I have to say, UK foxes, or like, you know, European foxes, and I've watched so many videos, just I'm trying to figure it out. Like, they're just, I love that white one would be like the perfect crossbreed of all the pets I've had. You know, it's like, yeah, you're like a cat, a dog, a weasel, you know. I had a husky that ate a couch. Only half the couch. It was really mad at my boyfriend at the time, so it didn't eat the entire couch. It ate half the couch. Like, this husky literally like took a chainsaw to a couch. And this is like a leather couch like this puppy here. It wasn't just like, huskies are fun. And Gage, oh God, he got out one night and I was so scared because they can run like 35 miles, no problem. And this thing was running around and I'm like, oh my God, Craig's going to kill me. Craig's going to kill me. I lost his dog. But Gage was just like, hey, I'm just going to tease you, get some cardio in. I'm like, good dog. No, I got it back. Because it really did love me. I did. Okay, I do. I do with what happened in my community. Because we basically burnt a tea house and sent people to a camp who were community leaders. And now we have the gardens back. Because I think it's ugly that we did this to community leaders in Victoria, BC, because you expect this in Nazi Germany. You don't, and I know it's, but that side of the war wasn't anything to do with us. We were already, you know, and then all of a sudden it all just, and like this, we're repeating ourselves with history. And also because we have idiots like our current government's in charge. Like, I did with the Japanese here because basically it was like a lynch mob on people who helped build the local neighborhood. You cannot do that to people. And right now in that neighborhood, we have brought back cherry trees and we trade trees between, we have sister cities with Japan and with Australia. So we never forget that this was wrong. It's different here. I don't know how it was in the States. I know it was very complex with, you know, the States and Pearl Harbor and all that, but up here it was like snow falling on cedars, and it was wrong. It was absolutely wrong. You know, these were friends of family, and you don't turn on people in your community like that.
Reading Kamala Harris quotes will make you dumber.
We all watched. the television coverage of just yesterday. That's on top of everything else that we know and don't know yet, based on what we've just been able to see. And because we've seen it or not doesn't mean it hasn't happened. But just limited to what we have seen.
The stupidity is unbelievable.
We actually almost had camps again in Canada because of the vaccine mandates. And that's why the truckers stood up, because that's not democracy. And it really was getting that scary. If we did not have the truckers protest, we would actually, like, and now France, like, there is this, like, this is what war doesn't always be fought with bullets. Sometimes it's words and food. Just saying. We are fighting. It just, we're not like France, you know? They really know how to protest there.
If you try anything to raise the cost of producing jobs, I will veto it.
What the fuck did he even say? Okay, can I phone a friend?
So true.
Yeah, it's like, okay, this is really happening. And something happened.
I had found my stick by the tree by the fence.
And then what happened?
I put it in my mouth, started running around the dog park there. Another dog knocked it out.
No way. You're crying real tears. What's wrong?
It was monster and I found it.
Oh.
Not fair.
Okay, this is crazy. There's a YouTuber I really like. She does tarot readings, and she was like, "Do you have any questions?" And I'm like, "How do you deal with alligators?" And she's like, "Oh my God, Canadians are so dumb." No, she didn't say that, but I'm sure she was like, "Well, you just sort of deal with them." And I'm like, I don't know. I'll stick to lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. But this is actually really cute. They are really cute when they're little. How do you breed them smaller? I don't know. That's like actually cute. Like that would actually be a cute pet until it got big. You know? Oh, okay. I wouldn't normally pull up the CBC, but I thought this was such a cute story.
Things in here I've never seen. On Friday, Jeff and I both got messages from the security guard at work saying that someone had dropped off a package.
I've heard so many stories like this. I keep thinking one day my wallet will turn up.
Something in the ductwork. This gentleman found a wallet. In the wallet was my mom's like social insurance card from El Salvador and a really great picture of me and my dad. My mom's green card from 1984, a Toronto Public Library card, and my original birth certificate, which is interesting because my birthday's tomorrow. The first thing I did when I got the wallet is I smelled it. Yeah, it's a part of our family history.
Thank you so much for giving me back 40 years of memory.
So those were Vanessa's parents you just saw there. They were very grateful to get it because they said it's a little piece of their first days here and how special it was at the Eaton Center. That they said was their go-to place all the time.
Aw. That's actually sweet. Like, especially with Valentine's Day coming up, that's like one of those sweet little romantic stories. And I wouldn't normally pull up the CBC, but oh god, here's Coots. Viva Fry. I'm pulling him up. Everyone else is. Let's just do this.
This is the most
He's been
important
so
news coming out of
canceled in
Canada since the
Canada.
federal
He moved
court
to
ruled
Florida.
Justin Trudeau's invocation of the Emergencies Act was unlawful and unreasonable.
I've just had people want to sue me for defamation, so
Viva
BC's
Fry,
a little
former
safer.
Montreal litigator turned current Florida rumbler, and if I look unhappy, it's because I am. This is some of the best news coming out of Canada in a while. It's the most important news coming out of Canada since the federal court ruled that Justin Trudeau's invocation of the Emergencies Act was unreasonable and unlawful. The news today is that 2 of the 4 men colloquially referred to as the Coots 4, the 4 men charged with conspiracy to commit homicide against an RCMP officer. It was one of the principal reasons for which the Emergencies Act was invoked. It was one of the cornerstone elements, justifications of Commissioner Hulot's ratification of Justin Trudeau's invocation of the Emergencies Act. 2 of the 4 men today pleaded guilty to gun-related charges. We'll get to it in a bit. They pleaded guilty, and from what I understand, they are being released now, if they haven't already been released, for time served. Now, why am I so angry in light of this otherwise good news, you might be asking yourself? 2 of the 4 men, Jerry Morin and Chris Lysak, pleaded guilty to gun-related charges. One as relates to a restricted firearm, the other one as relates to trafficking firearms. These are relatively serious firearms charges, but all firearms charges in Canada are very serious. I have often said that the firearms laws and penalties in Canada have absolutely zero to do with protecting the public and are only intended to basically criminalize gun ownership and deter private citizens from owning guns, because the penalties are so onerous if you violate any of the many laws. If you store your firearm loaded, if you don't have a proper finger lock on it, if you transport a restricted firearm without getting authorization of whatever authority needs to give you permission to transport a restricted firearm, that being a small arm. The laws are many and the penalties are so severe, it is just a deterrent to not...
If you were in Canada and you're going to the gun range, you have to go straight to the gun range, straight back. You can't like stop at a gas station or anything. Otherwise, you can lose your guns. Meanwhile, I can go downtown and buy a gun for $50 probably. Because, you know, criminals really obey gun laws. Like, that's how it works, right? I know I'm simple.
Not buy a gun in the first place for fear that you might accidentally, inadvertently break the law and then run the risk of years in prison. So it's not nothing that Jerry Morin and Chris Lysak pleaded guilty to firearm-related charges. It's not nothing, but it has nothing to do with the original charges of conspiracy to commit homicide against an RCMP officer. I tweeted out earlier today, this is a full capitulation by the Crown as relates to the original charges. That's not spin. I'm not trying to make something good out of something bad. It is the truth. It is a full capitulation by the Crown that their original charges were absolute bullcrap. Jason Levine, MP, initially tweeted, the information I have at this time is Jerry Morin pled guilty to Criminal Code 88.1, possession of a weapon. Chris Lysak pled guilty to Criminal Code 95.1, possession of a loaded firearm. Neither pled guilty to Criminal Code 465.1a, conspiracy to murder.
Okay. See, you know what? Like, I'm just saying, I would have pled no contest. But, you know, this is way more a complicated case than I can break down legally. But in Canada, if you plead, it's like pleading the fifth. You can't say, oh, I plead the fifth. You can say, and then you can appeal it. But they would have been just as tied up in just as many. If I was one of the U.S. citizens living in Japan who got interned, I would be like, yeah, that makes sense. I would honestly be hoping they didn't samurai me or something, but I would understand. Well, sorry, this is my community. I will do a video with the cherry blossoms. So maybe people do understand. This is we can't forget, like, this is wrong. This is not who Canada is. Like, this was wrong. Nothing was wrong before the war. So how is Canada not like Nazis? And we throw them into camps. I had a Japanese nanny growing up, so maybe it does, like, I could not, like, oh, hey, I love you, Yukiko, but now we're at war, so I'm going to throw you in a camp. Sorry, I can't. Maybe it's different here. Maybe it is. I just couldn't. Maybe growing up with a Japanese nanny, it's like you take a different feeling on it when the whole town comes along and burns down your house and your business and throws you into a camp.
Murder or
How are we
431C
not better
mischief.
than Nazis?
And I reply as
then?
follows. If this is true, it's amazing news and nothing shy of total capitulation by the Crown, and I'm not trying to spin anything. It would be total capitulation by the Crown, evidence of the grotesque injustice, and confirmation of malicious prosecution and 2 years of inhumane torture. These are charges that even a law-abiding gun owner could unwittingly be guilty of. I have long said the Canadian gun laws are intended to criminalize possession, not protect the public. But if these are the charges the Crown allowed them to plead guilty to, this could have been done 2 years ago without putting them through the torture of years of pretrial detention on absolute bogus, trumped-up, quote, conspiracy to commit murder, end quote, charges. An absolute injustice perpetrated against these Canadian political prisoners.
It is a full capitulation after 2 years of pretrial detention. These gentlemen have been in remand for 2 years, denied bail because they were such threats to society. They have been held in solitary confinement, which I'm told counts 3 days for one for time served.
No, it is against the criminal code to be held this long without charges. But unfortunately, like, there has been some very scary legislation. And this is why these gentlemen were held for 700 days without a court date. This is why, like, some of them are just like, I'm just going to plead for this charge. It's like saying, no contest. Fine, you got me. I just want to go home and see my kids and family after 2 years without a fucking court date. You know? What happened on my island was not humane. And so, yeah, it is going to be personal with me. And I will damn well say something about what happened in World War II against the Japanese on my island and on the West Coast, because it was wrong. And Canada, hey, I'm Canadian. They had nothing to do with Pearl Harbor. But all of a sudden, the lynch mobs come up. And the fact that people come together so we do not forget this evil time in history. And we treat each other better. It's different when it's like a few blocks away and your family, like. And hey, man, I totally agree with putting up the razor wire on the border. No problems. Every country has the right to defend their borders, but when it comes up to rounding up private citizens and putting them in camps, it is evil. And fine. You feel personal about Pearl Harbor. That didn't affect me. Okay, that didn't affect Canada the way it affected the States. And the fact that we lynched and burnt down, like, I'm sorry, this is, well, it is about feelings. I'm a woman, a real one. Like, we're always going to be wired towards feelings. I'm like Deanna Troi off Star Trek, you know? It is, we can agree to disagree there.
These gentlemen are going to be released from jail for time served after having pleaded guilty to firearms charges.
They already got their time served.
The bulk of the charges that served as the basis for invoking the Emergency Act in the first place, that served as the justification for Commissioner Rouleau to come to the finding that Justin Trudeau was justified in invoking the Emergencies Act. You will recall that Commissioner Rouleau said, well, there was this very serious situation in Coutts, Alberta, where 4 men were charged with conspiracy to commit homicide. By the way, bear in mind that there was a very important publication ban, gag order on this trial, so that people were left thinking, holy crab apples, this was so serious. There must be some damning information in there. Damning information that after 2 years, the Crown fully capitulates, allows these men to plead guilty to relatively innocuous firearm charges, and lets them out, 2 of the 4, on time served. Chris Lysak just celebrated his 50th birthday in jail. He's got 2 kids that have been living without a father for 2 years, and they now, after 2 years of pretrial detention, remand, agree to let them plead guilty to these charges and be released. Where was this offer 2 years ago? This is not the sign of a Crown that had a strong case and was ready to go to trial in the spring as they were scheduled to do. This is a sign of a Crown that finally, after 2 years of digging away, chipping away at their misconduct, they finally said, holy crap, if we go to trial, we are going to get hammered. Let's let them plead guilty to a lesser charge so that we can claim some form of moral victory. Well, they pleaded guilty to pretty innocuous gun charges that any law-abiding, good-intentioned gun owner could have been guilty of by accident. And why do I say that? I'm not protecting 2 people that I happen to believe were innocent from the beginning. I say that because it's entirely reasonable that somebody forgets that they had a gun in a backpack when they went out. It's entirely plausible that people forget they had a loaded firearm in the car because they were hunting and forgot to unload. It might be negligent, it might be reckless, it might be whatever, but it is entirely reasonable that even a good-intentioned, law-abiding citizen could be found guilty of these charges. So these gentlemen now, after having spent 2 years in jail, and not actually in jail, because if they had been convicted, they would have had more rights than they had in remand. After 2 years in remand, 70 some odd days in solitary confinement for one of them, the other one I know spent time in solitary confinement, well, now they are free to go, having pled guilty to relatively innocuous charges compared to the serious ones that were initially levied against them. This is not justice at last. Yay, they got their freedom. They've learned a lesson. This is confirmation of the injustice. This is confirmation of the malicious prosecution, the political prisoners that Justin Trudeau's regime has been holding hostage for 2 years to justify their bullcrap invocation of the Emergencies Act. They got what they needed out of Commissioner Rouleau's hearing. Oh, these 4 big bad boys accused of conspiracy to commit murder, because apparently they sat down with a cute young female police officer, had a few beers, and might have said some stupid things. That was the bulk of the incriminating information against them, from what I understand. But who knows? We weren't allowed hearing about it because there was a publication ban. After Commissioner Rouleau got whatever propaganda he needed in order to ratify Justin Trudeau's invocation of the act, after the federal court just declared it unlawful and unreasonable, well, now Trudeau has no more need for these political prisoners. And my goodness, if this goes to trial, we might really see evidence of actual, real prosecutorial misconduct. Let's let them plead, get them out of there, and hope this goes away. This is not going away. Now is the time there needs to be an investigation as to how this prosecution happened in the first place. And you Trudeau-loving sycophants who might think justice was served, oh, they learned a lesson. This is not how a free country can work. These were actual political prisoners held hostage for 2 years, let go when their use was no longer there, when it would have been exposure to go to trial. There needs to be a full and complete investigation as to what the prosecution did here, what prosecutorial misconduct there was, because from what I understand, there was evidence of prosecutorial misconduct, and there needs to be political hell to pay for whoever was responsible for this, because these 2 men had 2 years of their lives stolen. Their kids had 2 years of parenthood stolen. And there are still 2 more sitting, rotting away in jail. But if I can predict anything, I'm predicting that these 2 are going to strike a deal as well. Because if 2 of the 4 have been let out on charges, despite the conspiracy to commit murder, logic should have it that the other 2 stand to have the same fate. Time will tell, and I think we're going to see sooner than later. But there needs to be an investigation. This is not justice at last. This is confirmation of the injustice. And everyone should be up in arms. I don't care who you are.
Pretty much.
And I dare say that there are going to be a great many Canadians who are going to owe these men an apology because the amount of people who jumped to conclusions said these charges are scary, so we must presume guilt, I guess, deny bail to these 4 gentlemen over and over and over again because they were such a threat to society. Oh my goodness, there needs to be political hell to pay, and in as much as I was vocal before, I'm going to continue to be vocal now. I'm going to make sure that everyone in America knows what's going on in Canada, that everyone in Canada starts to give a damn about what's going on in their country, and that these 4 gentlemen who suffered 2 years of absolute injustice might stand to see some justice at the end of the day. Hell, if the Liberal government's got $10 million for Omar Khadr, they had better start thinking about ponying up the dough now, and people need to start looking into it and blowing the lid off this absolute egregious injustice. Look what I've done. I've gone and made myself sweat. Now you know your vlog, people. Peace out. Booyah!
The majority of those who participated in the protest were animated by a genuine desire to engage in peaceful demonstrations so that their voices would be heard by leaders in government. They wished to exercise their fundamental right to express their political views, and they had a right to do so. However, like any large group, there were a diversity of views and intentions among the participants of the Freedom Convoy. Amongst the many who intended to protest peacefully were others who had more sinister goals or who were willing to engage in dangerous conduct to achieve their desired ends. For reasons that I discuss in my report, what began as a massive protest evolved into something entirely unprecedented.
No, and the blockade
occupation
at the border,
of the core of the nation's capital.
it was done before the Emergencies Act. So, that the whole idea behind invoking the Emergency Act was to clear the borders so there could be trade going through and stuff. And that border was clear. All the bridges were clear. All the entire border was clear. The only problem was Ottawa, and on Valentine's Day, they invoked martial law on bouncy castles. Like, this is how communism starts. It really is. What else do you say? Yeah, taxpayers. Yeah, I'm pissed off. Trudeau Liberals billed them almost $500,000 for a 3-day cabinet retreat in the summer. And I remember this. I remember them like just wanking off in some kind of circle jerk.
David Menzies for Rebel News here in Peterborough, Ontario. And folks, I'm standing outside of Peterborough Collegiate, and I couldn't help but notice as we head into the month of February, well, lo and behold, right under the Canadian flag, we have the Pride Progress flag, but not the latest Pride Progress flag, you know, the one with the little purple circle for the intersex people. Geez, I wonder if that is intersex phobia on the behalf of Peterborough Collegiate, but I digress. The thing is, when does Pride season
I obviously love them.
Pride Month.
But the only flags outside of schools are public buildings are Canadian flags, not Ukrainian.
This flag is still a fluttering.
You know, maybe your provincial flag, your city flag.
I guess it really is.
Otherwise,
the other
this one or the Ukrainian flag or any
flag etiquette.
It should only be official flags. This is not an official flag of fucking Canada.
So,
as cute as it is, like obviously,
an educational institution.
Cute
what is the message here?
But
don't follow etiquette.
It's a cute pillowcase. It's not a fucking official flag.
It's absolutely outrageous.
Why is this outside of schools?
For flying this flag?
No, this is illegal. It's actually technically illegal under our.
But wait a minute.
Our laws.
That red and white flag at the top of the pole. Doesn't that stand for everyone
in
land,
fucking Canada?
No matter who you are, no matter what your sexual orientation is, no matter what your gender
some
identification
awesome
is,
like
no
Canadian
what
fluffy
your race
flag,
is.
But
well, apparently not. I guess
I just do this to trigger all the lefties.
George Orwell's classic Animal Farm in
I'm
Canada.
one of you.
Everyone's equal, but
except
some
I'm
are
conservative.
a little more equal than others. Now, folks, as an addendum, I reached
You don't
out
own
to
the
Greg
rainbow,
Kidd.
you
He's a
bitches.
spokesman for the Kawartha Pine Ridge District School Board, and I had a few questions for him. Here goes. Number one, why is
These
the
are
school
some good
breaching
questions.
Canadian
These are some
flag
really
protocol?
good questions.
Two, why is the Pride Progress flag on display given that Pride season ended months ago?
Also, some about that flag, some of those stripes they've included are for maps. And I will say it like that because I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube. But no, this is like not what. No, it's gone too far. Let's go back to the Canadian flag, your provincial flag, and your city flag. Those are the only flags that should be flown outside of schools. It's gone too far. It's gone too far.
And three, we noticed that
Call me
this
a
particular
bitch.
Pride Progress flag is
I don't care.
outdated, missing the
it's
so-called
weird.
purple flurple symbol to represent the intersex community. Have intersex people raised concerns about the flag being outdated? And here is what Mr. Kidd had to say. Quote, "Thank you for your inquiry. We agree that the Canadian flag must be treated with respect and dignity at all times. It is important to note that the federal
But
government,
why is there
in
a
its
rainbow flag up
description
there?
of national
Like,
flag
why?
etiquette, makes clear that the rules applied by the federal government are in no way mandatory for individuals or organizations. They may serve as guidelines
Can I just
for
say,
all persons
two words? Home school. Like, no, this is like,
who wish to display the national flag of Canada and other flags in Canada.
no, you actually,
As our schools are equipped with one
as
flagpole per
taxpayers,
school,
there are rules.
we ensure that
You
the
can-
national flag
This is disturbing. This is like grooming at its
always
finest.
holds the position of honor
It's gross.
by being flown at the top of the flagpole.
It's gross.
And always
No.
having first position if
Yeah,
flown with other flags.
Yeah, actually.
Schools and board facilities may display corporately endorsed flags, such as the Pride flag, throughout the year. Hope that helps.
This is
Greg
disturbing.
Kidd.
Like,
well, I guess that kind of
is this
clears
the
things
official
up. It
flag
looks like
of
there may be
Canada
some
now?
sort of a loophole in which
I'm
another
sorry.
flag
I'm very
can
confused. And
occupy
this
the
is very
same
soft,
flag
and I'm
as
very
the
excited
flagpole,
about
rather,
doing
as the
this,
Canadian
but
flag.
at the same time, I
Still
don't
didn't
feel
answer the
comfortable
question
how much
about
is
why
being
it is
pushed
in the
on
month of
everyone.
February. We're still celebrating Pride season. Or
It's
I
like
guess, is it
it's
official?
basically
It is now
Pride year. Canada is just
365
fully gay.
days a year. It is Pride.
Sorry.
And alas and alack, no mention of the missing purple flurple. My heart pines for the intersex community. Well, there's one good thing about celebrating Pride in the middle of winter. Nobody in that community is going to get naked, thankfully. But folks, seriously, we know you count on Rebel News to bring you the other side of the story. If you can, please go to rebelfieldreports.com. That's rebelfieldreports.com. We don't take a nickel of Trudeau's media money, nor would we ever take it if offered, but we depend on you to continue funding our journalism.
I hate to say it, but give me $1 million, I'd go full Rachel Gilmore, whatever Trudeau wanted to say. But it would take like maybe $1 million, couple million, like, oh. It's okay, I got this. Oh wow, that was something I pulled up. Oh boy. No, just a clip about Iran, like, and the US and their warships, and I'm like, I don't even want to unpack that one right now. I'm just going to go back to my blog. I did make one for today. Because I actually... No, that was the one I did. Oh, did I publish it? Oh, I know what. I had to scroll down. Give me a second. Sorry, blonde moment. For some reason, it's like it's low because I wrote it longer. I'll find it. It's just because I like. How did I pull that one up? How did I publish that one before the other ones? Because I didn't pull it up on my blog. And I guess I'll figure it out soon. Sorry, this is just glitch in the technology. There's so many. All these big companies have like people to organize all this stuff. Like, not like, okay. And I have all these like notifications coming up. Just, no, stop doing this. I don't even know what that is. Okay. And I hate to say it, but I need to adjust the cursor button on my website because it's just way too small. If I'm having issues, oh, where are you? Hopefully this is it. Are you going to load? I don't know if you're going to load. Oh, it might be loading. It might be loading. Because I don't think I pulled up this one. No, I didn't. Sometimes it's just like I've read them so many times before. I'm like, did I actually show this on my blog? No, I didn't. This one, I published it. I just didn't like actually go through it. I don't think so. I might be living in the Twilight Zone.
This video is for those who vote blue. Please listen. You may have seen the following clip of an illegal border crossing circulating the internet.
By the way, if you are smart enough, you would know who I am. But you are really not smart enough.
This is fucking scary.
But soon you're gonna know who I am.
I'm gonna replay this one even. This is a fucking terrorist. He has 14 like. And even if I played this before, I'm gonna
That man
pull
has
it
been
up
identified
again.
as convicted terrorist Mavsum Samadov. I hope I said that right. He's the chairman of the Azerbaijan Islamic Party and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. He was charged with arms trafficking, illicit use of weapons, criminal premeditation, conspiracy, terrorism, treason, and sedition, unlawful disobedience. Do you think that gangs like MS-13 and convicted terrorists like this man are going to attack in places like Texas where we have open carry laws? Most likely not. They're going to come into your gun-free blue states, your sanctuary states, where they know they won't be met with any opposition. Keep voting blue, though. Your pronouns, how you identify, and whether or not your leader is a woman of color are not things that matter in the face of real issues. Real issues like drug trafficking, human trafficking, gangs like MS-13, and convicted terrorists like this one crossing our wide-open southern borders.
Figure. And this is coming to Canada. And people aren't even like, oh no, we can't, we gotta worry about pronouns and tampons in the men's
This video is for those
bathroom.
who vote blue. Please listen.
I'm pulling this
you may have
up
seen the
again.
following clip of an illegal border crossing circulating the internet.
By the way, if you are smart enough, you would know who I am. But you are really not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're gonna know who I am. Very
easy. The entitlement.
Like, how is that not a manifesto in the making?
That man has been identified as convicted terrorist Mavsum Samadov. I hope I said that right. He's the chairman of the Azerbaijan Islamic Party and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. He was charged with arms trafficking, illicit use of weapons, criminal premeditation, conspiracy, terrorism, treason, and sedition, unlawful disobedience. Do you think that gangs like MS-13 and convicted terrorists like this man are going to attack in places like Texas where we have open carry laws? Most likely not. They're going to come into your gun-free blue states, your sanctuary states, where they know they won't be met with any opposition. Keep voting blue, though. Your pronouns, how you identify, and whether or not your leader is a woman of color are not things that matter in the face of real issues. Real issues like drug trafficking, human trafficking, gangs like MS-13, and convicted terrorists like this one crossing our wide-open southern borders.
Oh, well said. How can you argue? And this was sad. I don't know how I found this chick's channel, but
where a complete setup happened. The place got set on fire at 7 o'clock this morning. And surprise, surprise. Every day the last 2 weeks that we've been here for a couple of hours, guards have been there, yeah? Until the second week out. That camp has been set up the last 2 nights. Not one guard has bothered to show their face. Cabell, the same man who trained with John Cavanagh in SBG, had it. He was seen up here last night. He flew up to the top of that lane, stepped there for a couple of minutes and then flew back down. That's the same man that was intimidating people in Ballybrack, saying that there was men going in there. And then all of a sudden that copper over there, he says to me, I don't want to be seen talking to you because you're a mad conspiracy theorist. I said, no, I'm just saying on facts card that he's haven't bothered to show face the last 2 days since this camp was up. I says, and now he's here now. But he says to me, I don't want to be seen talking to you because you're a mad conspiracy theorist. So I said, okay. Is a conspiracy theorist someone who just speaks facts these days? Because that's all I done, was told him facts. And he didn't like it. So, this is what we're dealing against. The fire's still going in there. They still haven't put it out since 7 o'clock this morning. So, this is what you're dealing with. You know? People who pretend to do their job. They might try and do everything they can to deter us and stop us from coming up here and staying away, but tell you one thing, we won't be staying away. Man, this is going to bring us all more closer together. Because I'm not going anywhere. Have all them as well over there. The fire's still going with the stew on it. This inside the camp is actually still alright. Just do a little bit of a tidy up, that's all. I thought I was going to get wrecked. All the water, to see what they were doing, they were letting all the water run down through the camp they were. You know exactly what they're doing. But look at the folks, we're not going anywhere. We're staying here for the foreseeable, not moving. So if you want to come up and show support, feel free to come up and show a bit of support there. Thanks very much.
oh my goodness, like it's happening everywhere. This is actually pretty crazy.
This girl has an incredible talent. Ever since she's been really young, she's been practicing sculpting anything and everything. But today is the big day. She's decided to sculpt an entire wall. At the beginning, she may not seem very skilled, and you may think she's not very talented. And if you think that, well, guess what? You're wrong. She's about to completely transform this wall, and the result will be absolutely stunning. She starts by drawing a hill, and you can see the beginning of a castle taking shape. She's got various tools at her disposal to help her, and look at her eyes. She is extremely focused right now in order to avoid making any mistakes. Sometimes she even throws the material randomly to make the wall more realistic. She adds cement and begins to build a staircase. But look, the staircase
is mad sculpting
extremely challenging. Always with delicacy, she progresses slowly but surely. So much so that after several months of work, just look at the final result. She has a completely different hairstyle now because a lot of time has passed.
Yeah, it takes a while to do this, but this is amazing.
Super talented. Subscribe to her account.
Like, I imagine like trying to turn my AI art into stuff like that. Like, I know the techniques and stuff. It literally takes months sometimes. Oh God, yay. I'm so glad for him because that's like
There's some breaking news out of
3
Ottawa
years
today
worth of
that
food for the average Canadian family.
perfectly captures how out of touch Justin
Absolutely.
Trudeau's
This
government
is wonderful. He did
It's
this.
disgusting news, but
I know,
won't
we
come
keep
as a
pulling up.
surprise, but it shows how out of touch Justin Trudeau's government is, but it also contrasts how Justin Trudeau approaches a lot of the problems he's created and how Pierre Poilievre
He's fucking
is
lit up
approaching
like a Christmas
these
tree.
issues. So bear with me. This morning, this is from the
He has
National
no
Post.
clue what he's doing.
There's
He's-
breaking news that, and this is the headline, $50,000 banquet at Trudeau Liberals' affordability cabinet retreat. Total cost approaches $500,000. So the core of this
Oh my
story
God,
is
the
that Justin
memes
Trudeau
write
spent
themselves.
$50,000. $50,000.
This is a Liberal retreat for affordability to figure out how Canadians can afford more things. I think the only Canadians affording more things are our corrupt government.
On a dinner, not for like the general public or something like that. No, this was for his inner circle, his cabinet at a fancy retreat last summer. Now, if you'll remember, what did he say the purpose of this retreat supposedly was? It was to, fix some of these problems he's created, come up with solutions to problems he's created, like the affordability crisis, like the cost of living on housing. Do you remember how many solutions came out of this retreat? You probably don't. And you know why? Because exactly zero solutions came out. They didn't even make an announcement.
No.
So I don't know if you can see here. I don't know if you see this picture. This is Trudeau walking in front of his cabinet at this fancy retreat. This is what that was all about, right? Was the picture of Trudeau. There was no policy solutions. He just wanted a fancy photo op to make you believe that he was trying to come up with solutions to problems he made. But today, of course, it's revealed that they actually spent $50,000 on a single dinner, on a single banquet for these people standing as props for his photo op.
$50,000.
Now, I don't know about you. I don't call that work. I call that
$50,000.
vacation,
Let that sink in.
So $50,000. How many of you who are watching this, let's say you have a partner and you want to take them out for Valentine's Day. How many of you could afford that right now? Not many, right? Like going out for dinner is off the table for a lot of people right now. Most people can't even afford to buy a bag of groceries, never mind go out for dinner. But yet here's a $50,000 banquet for these people who are his props in this photo here for a conference that was supposed to solve the affordability crisis, for which there was zero announcements. That is Justin Trudeau, my friends, in a nutshell. Like, this is the perfect summary of Justin Trudeau's approach to government, which is come up with a photo op,
but
pay
hey,
a
we can go to
$50,000
McDonald's,
dinner
right?
or whatever, $6,000 a night hotel room, whatever. You pick it. You've heard it all, right? And then come up with no action. So I want to contrast that with another problem that is auto theft. You guys know how bad crime is in Canada and how bad auto theft is. So Justin Trudeau, so here's his $50,000 conference that $500,000 conference, $50,000 dinner. Here's this conference. Now, that resulted in nothing on affordability. Here's the next headline. So you guys know about auto theft. It's a huge problem. It's and I'm going to read some stats in a second. But this is Justin Trudeau's. Here's his big fix to auto theft in Canada. Ready? Liberals to hold auto theft summit in February. So just like he did last summer, where they spent $500,000 on a photo op retreat and a $50,000 dinner. Must have been one hell of a dinner, huh? So $50,000 dinner, photo op, no solutions. Now they're trying to do it again, but on auto theft. So they hold this big fancy meeting.
Cocaine
it's an
is
affordability
expensive.
summit, but they spent $50,000 on dinner, and now they're having an auto theft summit. I wonder how much the dinner is going to cost
that'll
there.
fix everything.
This is insane. Not worth the cost. Now, I want to give you some hope, because often you guys, I'll see in the comments, well, what are you doing? Well, first of all, we're raising attention. Do you think you're going to see this headline on the CBC national news ticker? Of course you're not, right? So raising awareness is number one, but we're also putting out, as the Conservative Party, a common sense approach to fix these problems. So rather than have a big fancy summit with a big banquet like Justin Trudeau's going to do in February, our party leader, Pierre Poilievre, has on Monday, yesterday, and then today come out with 2 common sense announcements to stop auto theft in Canada. Are you ready for it? So yesterday, our party leader, Pierre Poilievre, he announced the following measures to stop auto theft in Canada. Increase the mandatory prison time from 6 months to 3 years for vehicle theft. Remove eligibility for house arrest if convicted of motor vehicle theft by way of indictment. Create a new specific aggravating factor where the offense of the motor vehicle theft is committed for the benefit of organized crime. Repeal catch and release rules in Trudeau's Bill C-75 to ensure that repeat offenders get jail, not bail. So there you go. There's some common sense solutions. And then, of course, we went one step further today. So this is how we would deal with the perpetrators of auto theft. Another announcement today. We know that a lot of the auto theft in Canada, we know how it's being
It
facilitated.
isn't just a campaign slogan. It's like a cry for help from all Canadians.
Especially in like Ottawa, Montreal, that sort of general region of the country, as well as in Vancouver. Oftentimes your car is being shipped overseas. Your stolen car is being shipped overseas.
Before you even left the mall.
Today we announced
yeah, that's how fast it goes.
Secure our ports so that I don't know if you guys heard this story. You hear stories of people who have air tags in their cars and they're stolen, and then they find out it's like at a port. And
yeah, it's too late.
The government's not doing anything about it. Well, this is what our leader Pierre Poilievre announced today. We will fire useless management consultants at the Canadian Border Services Agency and use this money to fix our federal ports.
Good.
That makes sense.
Because we have more consultants than border guards.
To allow for rapid screening.
What the fuck do you think is going to happen?
At our 4 major ports in Vancouver, Montreal, Prince Rupert, and Halifax. We will purchase a total of 24 scanners. Hire a special team of CBSA officers who will run the scanners and catch stolen cars before they leave our country.
People.
So
people are in those shipping containers.
We're not going to allow criminals to ship the
people are in those shipping containers, not just cars.
Reduce
people.
The incentive for people to steal cars. So, step 1: make sure that people who are stealing cars over and over and over again, that there's serious penalties for them.
We
so they
need
understand
these scanners.
It's not just catch and release like under Justin Trudeau. That if you steal cars, you're going to jail for a considerable amount of time. And by the way, house arrest. If you think that's what you're getting, no. The second thing we're going to do is make it much, much harder for criminals to ship the cars out of the country. So we announced that today.
Amen.
We could put that in place if we were in government today.
Nice.
In fact, Justin Trudeau could do that today if you want. We came up with the idea, but like...
They don't care if he steals it. Like, let's just implement this.
Justin Trudeau is having a fancy retreat, guys. He's having a summit. He's having a summit. He's going to talk about ideas to do things. But
so he can steal more cars and make more money off it? He's profiting off it. He's a fucking criminal.
He had a $50,000 dinner. So do you think Justin Trudeau is interested in catching criminals or putting them in jail or actually stopping auto theft? No. I want to tie these 2 stories together for you guys because it's important. Fancy retreat, photo op for Justin Trudeau with no solutions, $500,000 bill for you. Yeah. The exact same thing's going to happen. The exact same thing is going to happen with Justin Trudeau on auto theft. The exact same thing. Justin Trudeau doesn't need to spend. How much do you think he's going to spend on this?
Like
you guys want to hazard a guess?
2.7.
How much is going to be at this thing?
Odds happening on this.
He's going to be that's higher. What he's going to do. He's going to have this nice fancy retreat. Whereas our party leader Pierre Poilievre is coming out with common sense solutions to deal with this issue now. Right? And that's what we need to see in Canada is we have to have a return back to common sense in our government. Like, at what point, I don't know, but it's like, I think it was from day one, but like having a fancy dinner and retreat when you guys can't even afford to buy, when Canadians can't even afford to buy a bag of groceries to talk about solutions to a problem that they created and then not come up with any solutions, but they had a nice dinner, that's wrong. We can't have that anymore. We need these common sense approaches that our party is putting out, right? And guys, the NDP are no better. The NDP are in coalition with the Liberal government. They keep propping up, like the NDP, they vote for this. When there's confidence motions in the House and they prop this government up, the NDP votes for this. They support this. This is what Jagmeet's saying. For any of your friends that are considering voting NDP, just be like, no, it's a vote for Trudeau. A vote for Jagmeet Singh is a vote for Justin Trudeau. Actually in the House of Commons. So, I'm sorry. I'm actually not sorry. I just wanted you to see the ridiculousness of the Trudeau government. It's not even ridiculous. It has a real life impact on you. Justin Trudeau taking this approach of the photo op and the $50,000 dinner, it raises your cost of groceries. It makes your car less safe. It actually increases crimes in our community. We do not need a summit on auto theft. We need actual action that punishes the perpetrator and makes it harder for cars to be shipped out of our country. That's what we need. Solutions are on the table. But yet, you know what Justin Trudeau's going to do? I wonder how much that summit's going to cost. I promise you I'll look into it. He should just adopt what we put out today. We gave him the solution. No $50,000 dinner required.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going into the House of Commons now, but share this
Why
video.
are we paying all
these
this
are the
money
solutions.
for our
This is what we need
government?
to do to have better government.
Like
in
what?
Canada.
And what
So
the hell
please
did they
share this
eat?
video so that people are aware of what's happening.
Like what the
fact
hell
that my
did they
party's putting
eat?
out
This
common
is
sense
ridiculous.
solutions, real meaty policy that could be implemented today,
Like for dinner,
to make your
one
life
dinner,
easier,
50
and
grand.
also to show people what the Trudeau,
That
Jagmeet
is
Singh,
like
the
3
Liberal NDP
families
coalition, the negative
year
impact that they
groceries.
have on Canada. They
And
need
they
to go.
and they
We need to
are
go. We need
very
to change the
frugal.
government immediately.
This shouldn't be
Working
happening.
hard for
Like
you in
how
Ottawa.
is this?
Share this video. Have a great day.
How is this not a dictatorship? And if I'm gonna take a dictatorship, I'd rather take Jesus. Like. And people will say, okay, I'm not. She is a character in the American.
Speaker, I rise in support of the Fairness for 9/11 Families Act. 9/11 is a day that left an indelible mark on all of us.
She's
all
out there,
remember
but
where we were. When the towers fell, they took so many innocent lives, and the families left suffered irreplaceable loss. This bill would provide catch-up payments to 9/11 survivors,
Amen.
spouses, and dependents.
People make fun
who were
of her
unfairly
because
excluded
how she dressed,
from the
but
US
this is
Victims of
actually good
State-Sponsored Terrorism
legislation.
Fund. While no amount of money can make up for their loss, this bill would fairly compensate
This one
them
I
for their
wanted to
claims
pull up.
against
I thought
those
this was a.
responsible for one of our nation's darkest days. It would provide some relief to people like my constituents, Gail Eagleson, who lost her husband Bruce on 9/11, her son, Brett Eagleson, who lost his father
So give me a
on
second.
9/11. He was just 15 years old. That dark day, Bruce saved lives. He was an incredible human being, a devoted husband, father, and friend. In helping to save lives, he lost his own. Bruce would be proud to know that his son, Brett, has led the charge on this fight. I've been so proud to work with him. It's an honor to work with him to get this done. He never gave up. The families never gave up. And while we cannot fill the hole in the
Semper Fi.
hearts of these families, we can say, we understand your sacrifice, your loss, and make justice work on your behalf. Today, I urge my colleagues to stand with all these families, do the right thing, support this critical legislation. It is so long overdue.
It
Thank you, and I yield
is.
Gentleman from New York reserves the.
I'm sorry. I know I have the rest of that pulled in somewhere in one of my blogs, but I know she looks like she should be like the teacher on the, the magical school bus that, like, but this is very important legislation. And I'm just hoping it's not tied in. Like, I don't know, like in Canada, everyone would be like, this is great. And then they're like, oh, but wait, it's tied into all these other like little stipulations. I think the States is pretty similar from what I've seen. I'm still, once again, but I was in a mood that day. After seeing all this Trudeau, I kind of wanted vodka.
Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable leader of the opposition.
I'll roll a joint.
Here we go, folks.
So ashamed of his own economic update that he wants
At
to
least he did
avoid
one
talking
thing
about
right.
it for the week that follows. So we can understand why. Next year he wants to spend $53 billion on debt interest, a record-smashing amount that is higher than the amount we spend on healthcare. Works out to $3,000 for every Canadian family. According to
No,
according to the
53
Bank of
billion.
Nova Scotia,
Like,
this
this
is going
is
to
how
increase
much
interest
Trudeau
rates
has
by
banked.
2
If
full
I'm
percentage
pissed
points, or
off,
$700
like,
a year, directly
you look at the
attributable
math,
to this
it's
government's
awful.
deficit spending. So will he get
It's
control
horrible.
of himself and control of his spending
Yeah,
so Canadians can get control
exactly.
of their mortgage costs?
Exactly. He is just printing off money. It's not a photocopier.
Mr. Speaker, I will admit openly to you and to others in this House that the media didn't cover our fall economic statement as much.
No. You don't know how many fucking parliamentary hearings I sit through or going through the House of Commons or any of this. And this is why I really want CSIS and the RCMP to have a forensic audit on our government. I think taxpayers have the legal right when he has obviously and free, like, the layers of money laundering. Like, I want another country to come into Canada, look at our bank records, and see where this asshole fucked up, because he has. Like, this is bad. Like, if most Canadians knew how bad our country was because of him, they'd probably burn down Parliament. And we won't do that. Like, no. We'll just wait for, like, immigrants to go in, like Edmonton, to City Hall and shoot it up. Don't worry, it'll be taken down anyways. I'm sorry. If more Canadians actually knew, but there is such a censor. Like, the CBC does nothing. CTV, there's a few good people, but otherwise it's become like a woke piece of shit. Global has its moments, but they hired Rachel Gilmore. Like, what the fuck were you thinking? Like, you do not hire... And she lied so much, they fired her. Okay, well done. Oh boy. Like, I grew up with news. Like, at dinner, or like, my dad was always into news. And, it's disheartening seeing how far Canadian media, like, you grow up with the CBC, and then all of a sudden they are telling you, you are the worst person on earth, but I want your $2 billion in tax dollars for me to call you the worst person on earth. And it's like destroying everything I loved about the CBC since high school, or actually childhood. Like, I grew up with the Beachcombers, and like, kids in the hall and everything we used to stand for. And now it's a whole agenda that shouldn't be, it doesn't reflect me, even though I have all the, but it's just too far. Too far. Oh. I have seen pride flags with Canadian flags on it. And I'm almost like, how far can I take this? Because I'm trying to make, these ones are, I love Rainbow Bright. So I actually want to do, as much as I love this like fabulous fuzzy green, I want to turn it into a proper blanket. And I'm trying to price out how much it'll take. Just because it's, I want to show off. I can sew. I kind of need to do it as practice. So this is like, it's like going into high school. It's like, okay, you got to do, or university, you got to do all these things for a course. So even though I just got started at a job and I can't really afford it, I'm doing it.
The public inquiry into foreign interference wrapped up its first week of public hearings with testimony from the country's public safety minister, Dominic LeBlanc. CTV's Jeremy Charon has been following the proceedings.
Oh, God, I don't even...
A final word from Public Safety Minister Dominic LeBlanc in a week of testimony focused on the sharing of information and the challenge of balancing transparency while protecting classified national security information.
Okay, we get hacked all the time. Like, it's a fucking joke.
We
get hacked by our own government.
Maximize public
how
understanding
does the public protect themselves against the government hacking themselves? If our bank accounts can get frozen by a witch like Freeland,
will have full
a
access
Nazi.
to secret documents. Some of
Like,
that sensitive information.
Oh boy,
just won't
I'm
be
gonna
made
pull
public.
up some more. Oh
There is
boy.
also an obligation by law.
This is just, it keeps
imposed
getting
by
worse.
statute,
Like, it's, this is why I say I
on
do
the
satire.
national
It's
security
not,
agencies to
it's not
protect,
comedy. I wish I
certain
was doing
classified
my,
documents,
like
certain
I,
classified information.
This week's hearings paving the way.
oh my God. Like, I know I'm working on my pillowcases. If you've been watching my stream, yeah, I'm really, this is my blanket, but I might go in early before I start work and just figure out what the hell I'm doing. And it's so staticky. All this, like, there's the pillowcases. Yeah. See, they're turning out really cool. And I know there's extra fabric. I'm actually going to just chop it off and use it on another project. But they're going to be, like, so cute, like, rainbow bright. Because I have so many rainbow brights and like whole freaking, I collect toys and I'm like the 40-year-old virgin. It's great. Whatever. We all have our
Way
quirks.
for the next phase when the inquiry will dig into the actual allegations of foreign meddling in the 2019 and 2021 elections.
We know and have long known that countries like China and Russia and Iran and others are trying to influence and interfere in our democratic processes and have for years.
Federal lawyers have raised concerns about the risk of sharing too much publicly, but this former CSIS head says there could be benefits.
Let us look at our declassification exercise as more than simply transparency for Canadians, but as an effective tool
to counter foreign interference from Canada's adversaries.
The government's lawyers have also flagged concerns over the timeline and the amount of work required to review and redact large amounts of classified documents.
Yes, I think that will likely be a problem because sometimes the reporting can be voluminous and you got to go through it carefully.
Now, the next round of public hearings is set for the end of March, with a third round tentatively scheduled for September. The final report, Heather, is due by the end of the year.
Jeremy Charon in Ottawa.
I'm going to have to get advice on this project, but I'm so proud of these. They're going to be awesome pillowcases and background for the couch. It's just nice to mix it up. Oh yeah, we really did this.
The Speaker was solely responsible for the invitation and recognition of this man.
No, it actually got proven finally that no, he invited him in. You invited in a fucking Nazi. Holy fucking, like, how do you make this shit up? Clyde is so much more polite than me. I'm just like, no, it's like this is
under the bus is a normal activity. It seems like in Ottawa.
And
of course, Anthony Rota was on the list of
who's
people
next?
thrown under the bus because
Oh
of this
no, there's
embarrassment that happened. In
this
the House
whole
of Parliament.
government
They
needs to
honored
go.
a World War
This is-
II clinkety clank mustache man devotee group. I can't say
He
the
can't
word
even.
on this
He won't
platform.
say it. It was a
We all know
fucking
what I'm
Nazi.
talking
We
about.
invited in a
That guy
Nazi.
from World War II.
Just say it, Clyde. Just say it.
Skill here, putting a perfectly good graphical representation of what occurs
Is
here
it?
in Ottawa.
It just like
Rhoda
yeah,
took
we
the
actually
fall
did
for
this
one,
in the House
but
of
it turns out it
Commons,
actually
and
was Trudeau.
I just
and, well, we're gonna get into that, but here's
I was at work that day, and then I walked off. I was like,
when Vladimir
it's like
Zelensky
I
came to
literally
Canada,
felt like throwing up. I'm like,
they brought this
how the
World War
okay.
II veteran of the back.
Okay, just saying. Who doesn't know what side Russia was on in World War II and who Christina Freeland's family was? And the fact she, like, all this is going on, it's just like, oh my God. This is like exactly what my grandpa went to Amsterdam against, and it's happening again. But what do you even say? What do you even
Bad
say?
guys out to
Well,
the House of Parliament.
we can
Anthony Rota
say we
was
need an
tasked
election.
with introducing him.
I think we
And
need an
you can tell
election.
there's an awkward pause when you see.
I think
Anthony
there's a
Rota
little
actually
conflict in
realized
interest.
What was being said here?
We have here in the chamber today Ukrainian Canadian world veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian
They
independence
shipped
against the
over
Russians.
Nazis. If you go on my
notice
X,
that pause
you
there?
can
That was the moment when
find
you
all the
realized what he was talking
threads.
to.
Like
What he's
I
talking
pull them
about.
up even more than my blog on there. It's like a video game for trolls. I know why Elon
We
loves
actually
it.
allied with the Russians against Ukrainians that were allied with the Germans.
Yeah,
it's pretty apparent what side the guy was on.
I did not see that coming.
At his age of 98.
No, Poland still wants to extradite him.
The nation and was
Ship him over.
around the world, of course, a great embarrassment for Canada.
Did I say
Anthony
that?
Rota
I
was
mean,
given the blame by the
oh, he's
Prime
stunning and
Minister's
brave.
office
Just
and
put
the
on a
cabinet,
dress.
where they were calling
You'll.
for his resignation.
Donc, passé vendredi.
Speaking
What
of,
happened on Friday is completely
she is. Oh God, she is the
was an
worst.
embarrassment to the House.
She is just
and
the
to
worst. She is
And
just.
I think the Speaker should listen to members of the House.
Oh God, I wish I
And sit
could.
down.
She actually, like, she's really.
Also, Prime Minister Justin
This
Trudeau
is like
echoing
so
those
awful. Like,
As I
oh
said
my
yesterday,
God.
this was deeply embarrassing for the House and for Canada.
But he did it. Justin Trudeau was the one who invited him, and he threw the Speaker of the House. And I think the Speaker of the House was like, I have no choice. I'm going to say this, and then I'm leaving.
For stepping down. Now, if this is the logic for this case, that if it was his responsibility that he should step down, well, what would it be if it was Justin Trudeau's responsibility? Oh, what's this? That's right.
Yeah,
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's office
Justin should be the one stepping down. He invited a fucking Nazi.
That Yugoslav.
Didn't we
veteran?
Why did we let so many of them into Canada? We turned away ships.
During
This
the
is
Second World
wrong.
War, the bad guys, that is. Was also invited to a Toronto reception for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Yeah.
That's right. And this, according to
He didn't
the
go,
Globe and
but he was
I
invited.
think it's the Globe and Mail. It was the Globe and Mail that reported on this. The invitation from the Prime Minister to a special event at Fort York Armory in Toronto later that evening was sent to Mr. Hunka 4 days before the reception from the Office of Protocol of Canada. The Toronto reception was attended by Prime Minister Trudeau, Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, and President Zelensky and his wife Elena, as well as other.
I would have abstained from court or from the House of Commons. I wouldn't have wanted to be around that.
An email under the subject line, invitation from the Prime Minister of Canada, dated September 22, 2023. Dear Yugoslav Hunka, by name, they invited him directly to him from that office. The Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, is pleased to invite you to a special event. The event will take place on Friday, September 22, 2023 at 8:30 p.m. in Toronto, Ontario. That's right. The Prime Minister himself invited not Anthony Rota. And people might be asking, oh, well, maybe they didn't know. Perhaps they didn't know. No, this has to be vetted. They have to know who these people are. And of course, Nia on X pointed out they've known since the 1950s that there were Ukrainian clinkety-clank bad guys in Canada. That's right. And this is an excerpt from an old document here saying the relaxation of security screening guidelines with record to former members of the Clinkety-Clank clan, I don't know how to pronounce that, and Waffen SS and Clinkety-Clank collaborators. That's right. Admissions of former members of the Ukrainian Waffen SS. The Waffen SS, by the way, was a voluntary group of people who were ideologically aligned with the funny mustache man back in World War II. This is not some conscripted service where they were forced into it. No. This was this wasn't people who were voluntarily going into it because they thought they were going to get drafted. No. This was people who were ideologically aligned with the funny mustache. That's correct. Now, of course, this was after Anthony Rota had given his resignation. Justin Trudeau made a special conference talking about this and about how we were deeply embarrassed by Rota's blunder.
In a few moments, I will address the House in front of all Canadians, in front of Jewish people here and around the world, and Ukrainians, to offer Parliament's unreserved apologies for what happened on Friday. The Speaker was solely responsible for the invitation and recognition of this man, and has wholly accepted that responsibility and stepped down. This was a mistake that has deeply embarrassed Parliament and Canada. All of us who were in this House on Friday
he invited a Nazi into the House of Commons.
Unaware of the context.
Freeland
and now it turns out that you invited him. It was Justin Trudeau who invited him.
What the fuck, man?
Anthony Rota
How do you even make this
asked,
shit up?
I think it was by CTV News about the situation and took full responsibility for it.
Pass on responsibilities to staff or blame anyone. It came out of my office. I took responsibility for it.
Did you personally approve Hunka being in the gallery?
Well, the way the process works is the invitation came in, someone came in and requested that they be there. Then that goes to protocol. Protocol takes it, and what they will do is then they issue the invitation. Prior to that, normally it goes to the Prime Minister's office, and they go through it with a fine-tooth comb. And then the invitation goes out through protocol.
Do they?
So
I don't think they
who invited
do.
them? That's up for grabs and whatnot. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I think
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I give up.
having
I'm on my way out
reinstated
anyways.
after this, that is a big question. Will he get a reinstatement? He resigned
I
on
would.
his own.
Hey,
in
I
this
think.
case,
Hey, I would love a
really wants
reinstatement
guys
for
to
this
fall on his
House
sword for Justin
Speaker
Trudeau in
because
Parliament.
he got
Anyway,
thrown under the
Roman
bus.
Faber taking to Twitter to
It's
say
like
he lied
Don
again.
Cherry,
The
but
PMO invited Hunka, an actual clinkety-clank, to the reception later that evening. Justin Trudeau and the woke left must never call people who disagree with them the clankety-clank clan. That you can't do that anymore. You've worn out that ability.
We're sort of on like multi-platform,
anyway.
so
Poetic Justice
toss our dice
strikes
on
again,
YouTube.
Leslyn Lewis taking to Twitter as well to say Trudeau.
She is awesome. I voted for her over Pierre.
With the inviting of the clinkety clank bad guy.
She's
who
just
was
good.
Honored in Parliament.
She knows.
Now we find out he was invited by the.
She is actually like really good. Like she's like Daniel Smith. Like you don't fuck with Alberta girls.
Avoid taking responsibility. This is not leadership the Canadians deserve. No, this is not. It's not leadership at all to be throwing people under the bus. But since this was the protocol that Justin Trudeau said,
funny how that works.
The responsibility was seen by Anthony Rota. He was to resign. Now we know that the responsibility falls on the Prime Minister. Do you think he's going to resign over this? I don't think he will. By his own logic, he ought to. But,
he ought to. There's a lot of things he ought to, like not doing so much cocaine. That's why I think I like Diagolon, because it's almost like Phil is Justin Trudeau. Like, just Phil actually has ethics as a plastic goat. You know. I obviously have issues in identifying.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, so many of my residents.
This is beautiful.
Struggle to pay for gas and groceries, particularly seniors on fixed income, single parents, persons with disabilities.
Yeah.
We can fight this made in Canada inflation by supporting the Conservative leader's motion to cancel the April 1st carbon tax increase.
We need to cancel this. We absolutely need to fight this. I don't know how. I'm sorry. I'm sick and I just started a new job.
Seems the Conservatives have some explaining to do.
I'm trying to figure out rent for and everything.
Just the plight and affordability of Canadians. The official leader of the opposition's chief strategist is getting rich off of the backs of Loblaws as a lobbyist. And Madam Speaker, I think we now know while the Conservatives
I would love to see her account. Because she's not really smart. Nothing against blondes, but I've seen her in the House of Commons for 6 years, and she's awful. I've seen that one. The bad one said, start swimming upstream. Oh, God. I pulled this one up last night.
Here we go again, as the federal government's threatening
I
to
won't
freeze
pull this
people's
up
bank
again,
accounts.
but you can see it on my previous ones. Because when this came out, I was like, this is you can't freeze a whole province's bank accounts. And now a moment of Zen from Dr. Yun. A successful person is one who can lay a firm foundation with the bricks others have thrown at them. Oh my God, this was nuts. What the fuck?
New York Post.
10 middle schoolers were arrested for allegedly assaulting.
And before I call this up, I actually could have gotten a degree in teaching, been a teacher, gotten a summer cottage, the vacations. But when I see stuff like this, I think, yeah, being in the punk music scene and printing t-shirts and having my coworkers attempt to stab each other is less dramatic than what you're about to see.
A Coney
here.
Island classmate in a brutal caught-on-video bus beatdown.
What the
victim,
fuck is
who
happening?
One fellow student later callously declared,
I wouldn't want to
deserved
work
it and
in
should
this
have died.
environment.
Could be heard shrieking in pain
Like,
as a pack
what
of kids
the
collectively
fuck?
rained punches on him in the January 26th incident, according to footage shared with the Post and posted on social media. The boy can be seen trying to protect his head from the relentless fists while he's passed down the aisle by his attackers on an MTA shuttle bus, which brings kids to Mark Twain IS 239 for the gifted and talented. It brings them from there to the Stillwell Avenue subway station. The beating continues for several minutes, moving from the back of the cram bus to the front as the boy is punched, slapped, kicked, and even hit with a sneaker. In all, so it's 10 kids were assaulting this one kid. And these are kids apparently from a gifted and talented school, because this is what passes for gifted and talented these days. I would prefer if they just got rid of the gifted and talented programs in schools than lower the standard to the point where, people like this get into it. You might as well just get rid of it. I can remember gifted and talented programs when I went to school. When I was a kid, they had gifted and talented. And I remember them from the outside. I remember looking in on them. I was never invited. They never labeled me gifted and talented, and for good reason. There's a very specific kind of kid that would qualify. And
I was straight A student, or like top of my class. Like, I was so bored. I was so bored in school, because even though I started school a year early, which actually became awkward in university because it's that whole Doogie Howser thing. You're too young to be here. It's no, actually, I'm actually almost too old to be in my class. And yeah, that was fun. That's fun because they're you're that young. Oh my God. Get this kitten out of school. No, it's okay.
And these were the kids who were very academically rigorous and responsible, kind of nerdy, disciplined, hardworking, all the things that I was not. And these kids,
and he's brilliant.
And yet they've made it into the gifted and talented program. And since we're going down memory lane here,
never underestimate yourself.
Here's something else. And every time I see one of these videos, I think
brilliant.
About this.
And
if you're my age or older, you probably have the same thought.
Absolutely brilliant. Because
something else I don't remember as a kid.
Just to be honest, he has one thing going for him. Not a lot of people know these days. And it's actually a pretty serious thing. He actually understands what a woman is. Oh my God, it's so brilliant. It's wow, he actually, it's he's an American Jordan Peterson. It's cute. No, I don't mean it like that.
Quote,
just
this.
I totally agree with.
And we're not even going to show you the video because you can go find it if you want.
Yeah, you can.
You've seen enough videos like this. You know what it is. 10 kids stomping the hell out of one kid. We've seen a million of these fights now. I don't remember that. A gang of kids stomping the hell out of one other kid, kicking him in the head. As we so often see in these videos, if the kid falls down.
Okay, just to be honest, I never saw one in high school. We got close. But also this, but this happened when I was in high school, but not to the degree. It's like a swarm. And I'm just wondering what's going on. I'm trying to unpack this. I want to like dig out my psychology books, like, or some of my old notes I have on my drive, just to like. I've seen so many protests, and I think I'm just trying to like understand it, because it's weird when you're in the middle of it, and this is like isn't a protest. Yeah, at a protest, I can see people wanting to beat each other up, but this was a swarm. Like it reminds me of like murder hornets. I don't know.
He starts getting kicked in the head, that sort of
Bullying
thing. I don't remember
isn't
that.
right. People need
I went to a very, shall we say, as they say now, diverse school. All through my public school career, they're very diverse schools. I wasn't going to prep schools for trust fund babies, and there were fights all the time. I'm only aware of maybe that I can remember maybe 2 examples in 13 years of public school.
I know, same.
Where a gang of kids beat the hell out of one other kid.
And it wasn't like one even.
Maybe
it
2
ended
examples.
up
The stomping
like
on the head thing.
everyone just
That again is so
walked
common now.
away.
Never saw that.
Everyone walked
Never heard of it.
away.
Most of the time, it's because a fight was a fight, right? And it can be brutal sometimes.
And
but
okay,
there was
Elliot
at least some sense of honor in it. It was usually one-on-one.
Let me just say, one of those kind of instances. Oh, it was actually because my friend Elliot kept hitting on the guys and wearing a skirt to school, and I was like, dude, it's gonna go bad. And one day it happened to him, but then it becomes, and it's like, well, no, you were being creepy. You were getting into people's spaces. We tried to tell you you can't push things like that on other people. And just because, he had issues. And it wasn't like an instant like this. It was more like a few of the guys took him behind the gym and told him to smarten up. And it wasn't like I made the call on that one. But it was also like we stopped being friends after that, because I told him, you cannot cross people's lines like that. And if you're trying to identify as a woman, you don't behave like that. Like, that's just, he had issues, like, and I have no idea where he is because I don't go to high school reunions.
You get into a fight, you go until someone breaks it up, which most of the time is how it ends.
They can see me on Facebook.
Or if there's no one around to break it up, then you go until someone is on the ground and they're clearly defeated. When you're running a business, time is money. That's why I'm so excited to introduce you to Ramp. If you're a finance professional looking for a better way to maximize productivity and cut wasteful spending, then Ramp could be for you. Ramp is a corporate card and spend management software designed to help you save time and put money back into your pocket. With Ramp, you can issue cards to every employee with limits and restrictions. You can also stop wasting time at the end of every month by automating your expense reporting. Ramp's accounting software automatically collects receipts and categorizes your expenses in real time, so you don't have to. You'll never have to chase down a receipt again, and your employees will no longer spend hours submitting expense reports. The time you save each month on employee expenses will allow you to close your books 8 times faster. Ramp is so easy to use. Get started in less than 15 minutes, whether you have 5 employees or 5,000. Get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/Walsh, spelled ramp.com/Walsh. Again, that's ramp.com/Walsh. Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. But now there's no honor or dignity in the way that these kids just brutalize each other. It's a
I'm
very
not getting
unmanly,
paid
cowardly,
for his advertising,
sort of
but I'll
way
show
of
it.
fighting. And
hey, man, I don't think
I
I qualify
think
in Canada, but if
when 2 men or 2 boys squared off to fight, whether it was like at the playground, a playground fight, or it was a duel in the 1800s, historically, the point, it was less to harm the other person, even if you did end up harming them. In the case of a duel, you might kill them. But it was less. That was not really the point. The point was to prove your own courage and toughness and masculinity.
And it was personal
to everybody else.
It was personal.
That's what the
just
fight was
let
about.
him go.
And you wanted to win, not simply because you wanted to hurt the other person, but because you wanted to prove yourself.
You just wanted.
And that's why that's why a lot of times these fights would happen in school, because for one thing, you're doing it for the sake of everybody watching. You want people to see because you want to win and you want to be the tough guy. And also, you know that someone's going to break it up. At least they used to break these fights up. Now they just let the kids go until someone's dead, I guess. But at the time, they'd break it up. And you knew that. You knew that someone was going to break it up. So it was more of like a performance.
Yeah. That's what
you might say that that's wrong. We shouldn't encourage boys to behave that way. Okay, well, now we don't encourage it. We say that boys shouldn't worry about proving their toughness and certainly using violence to do that. We don't want that. Well, this is what we get instead. We still get the violence. In fact, we get more of it. But now the point of the violence is actually just to inflict as much harm on the other person as you possibly can, just for the sake of it. If you jump some other kid and it's 5-on-1 and you're stomping on his head while he's on the ground, you obviously have not proven your toughness, but you haven't proven anything. You've only proven that you're a cowardly, sucker-punching little frankly, is what you've proven. But you have inflicted maximum harm on the other person, which is the point now. That's the point. That's the goal, is just to let me harm. And you heard one, as they quoted one of the kids, he should be dead. Like, that's the way they look at it. Let's just kill him. You stomp on a kid when he's on the ground, that's attempted murder. You might kill him. That's what you're trying to do. Why are you even trying to do it? I mean, most of the time, if you were to poll these kids or talk to them afterwards, like, what did that other kid do that was so wrong? Why were you? They wouldn't even be able to explain it. They're not even like mad. It's just inflicting maximum harm on another person for the fun of it, just for the sake of it. And that's what's become so common, and it's not good. I'll put it that way. Hey, YouTube, thanks for listening to the show. If you'd like access to my full show with no ads, you should go to dailywire.com and use promo code Walsh to get 2 months free on all annual plans. See you there.
Yeah, I like his articles. I don't agree with everything, but I mean, I think I know what a woman is. And this, unfortunately, is so sad.
Nothing screams making your life more affordable like a government dropping $500,000 on a 3-day retreat. Well, today's story comes from the front page of the National Post. Let's give it a read here, folks.
Oh my
Liberals' 3-day PEI retreat cost taxpayers $485,000. $485,000. Now remember, Trudeau described this 3-day cabinet retreat as one to tackle the affordability crisis. Well, the Canadian Taxpayers
Jesus, it's like every time, every clip, the number keeps going up.
Post for finding extra costs by going through online expenses. Are you ready for the details, folks? Here it is. They spent $100,000 on hotels, $22,000 on food, and $52,000 on a banquet. Let that sink in. $52,000 on a banquet. Now, that's what some people make an entire year. All told, the 3-day cabinet retreat in Charlottetown
I wish I made that. Give me that money.
$485,000. You know, it's just a shame there aren't office buildings in Ottawa or access to Zoom accounts that they could have used instead of billing you hundreds of $1,000s so they could live the good life. And remember, Trudeau described this as an affordability retreat. Well, you know what? Canadians need politicians to lower taxes that make life more expensive. We don't need politicians to waste this kind of money. And on top of that, it seems like the government's only solution on affordability is to waste other people's money, your money, so they can fly around the country and talk to themselves. Hey Siri, show me the definition of tone deaf. Yeah, it's this, them making their own lives more affordable by wasting your money. So yeah, it's not an easy time to be a taxpayer. For more on this, check out today's front page story on the National Post or head over to taxpayer.com.
It turns out billionaires, politicians, and economists really have just been gaslighting us for the last 3 years.
There are few better places on the internet to find wild left-wing conspiracy theories
Sorry, I'm
and
like trying
total
to
economic
tackle a
illiteracy
pomegranate.
than TikTok. Today, we're going to break down the crazy left-wing TikTok theory about inflation and explain to you why it doesn't actually make any sense. But first, welcome back to my channel. I'm Brad Palumbo. I cover all the craziest things on the internet, in our politics, and in the LGBT community from a center-right, moderate perspective. If you're new here, do consider subscribing. We recently crossed the 100K threshold, and we're already at 105. I can't believe how fast this page is growing, and I just am so thankful to all of you who've joined me on here. I really can't thank you enough. Don't forget to like and comment as we go along. Now, let's check out what TikTok is saying about inflation, and I'll let you decide for yourself what you think of it, then give you my opinion.
Turns out billionaires, politicians, and economists really have just been gaslighting us for the last 3 years. Yesterday, an explosive economics report was released by a think tank out of DC confirming what you and I and everyday Americans have been screaming from the rooftops for the past 3 years. That these record high price increases that we've experienced in everything from gasoline, lumber, poultry, eggs, and diapers haven't actually been being driven up by necessities, supply chain issues, COVID recovery, or labor shortages. No. It turns out that 53% of all price increases that have quite literally bankrupted middle America have now in fact been confirmed to have been driven by one singular thing: billionaire corporate greed and their record and relentless pursuit of profits. It's as vulgar as it sounds, and I'm sorry to say the outlook doesn't look good.
I guess not everyone's getting a Jeep.
Immediately, a bunch of red flags went up. I went and found the actual reporting from The Guardian that this TikTok is based on, and the study that it supposedly cites, which has actually been echoed by everyone at the top levels of Democratic politics, including Senator Elizabeth Warren and a bunch of Democratic members of Congress. So this has really had quite the impact, this report and the online buzz around it. But it's not some peer-reviewed study or anything. It's a report, and that's kind of putting it generously, from a progressive think tank. And I actually read it. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know. That's the unfortunate. Something comes out and then it's...
greed is what caused the unusually high levels of inflation.
If you're going to go for the throat, you got to be clear, not vague.
Put out there for a while by anti-capitalist types, by socialist types, by progressive types. And this report is just the latest iteration of it. It's never made any sense at all. Yeah, of course corporations and billionaires are greedy and that they want to get richer and they seek profit, but that's always been the case. Nothing about that changed between 2020 and 2021, even though inflation went through the roof. What's more, we saw inflation was worse in some industries than others. But there's literally zero reason to believe that companies or CEOs in some sectors are greedier than those in others. And funnily enough, it's actually not even always true that higher prices always lead to increased profits. Businesses sometimes can and sometimes do increase their profits by lowering their prices because they're able to sell more total units and make a bigger profit overall. All of these are just conceptual Econ 101 problems with this entire narrative that really, for me, stop it from even getting off the ground in terms of taking it seriously. But the actual report cited is just total bunk. One of the pieces of evidence that it supposedly uses to prove that corporate greed is driving inflation is the fact that, according to them, quote, consumer prices are rising much faster than corporations' input costs. They write that while prices for consumers have risen by 3.4% over the last year, input costs for producers have risen by just 1%. The authors even include this handy graph which shows us how greedy companies are raising their prices far beyond their increased costs.
We don't even get cake these days.
With this approach. If you zoom out and look at the data in a more complete way, they just cherry-picked a very recent time segment, you'll see that over the full time period where we've experienced inflation, actually the producers' costs have been far higher than the consumer price increases. Looking at this graph, you can see that throughout the period when inflation was highest,
producer prices actually were higher than the consumer prices, meaning that the costs companies faced were higher than the price increases they passed on to consumers. If we were to run with their socialist thinking, that would require us to believe that during that period, companies were just extra generous and wanted to absorb losses so customers didn't have to pay more. And that suddenly, recently, they got much greedier again, or something.
You figure?
In reality, there were no such sudden fluctuations in greed or corporate
No,
profiteering.
actually,
The
I
entire
know
thing
grocers.
is economic nonsense that was labeled by
Grocers
even the liberal-leaning
depend
Washington
on,
Post as an
like,
inflation
they like
conspiracy
food
theory.
as well.
That hasn't
So
stopped it from spreading like wildfire
this is the government.
on
This
TikTok
is
and in the
taxes.
media,
Look at
and
what it
apparently even
is.
reaching the highest levels of our politics.
Mhm.
This is really concerning to see the spread of a blatant conspiracy theory about the causes of inflation that
Exactly.
I'm afraid will fool a lot of the public who doesn't
Yeah,
have
it will.
extensive knowledge about how economics works in the
Yeah,
first place.
I know.
That'll work out great for these people in the government. They'll get away with how their actual
Yeah.
policy failures contributed to the inflation, whether it was the massive $1 trillion overspending over stimulus or the reckless money printing and monetary policy creating trillions of dollars out of thin air during the pandemic. No, they'll just all blame it on the corporate boogeyman, and the audience will look away. The voters won't hold them accountable for it. It's a perfect explanation for inflation from their perspective. It just doesn't happen to be true. But for these TikTokers, evidently, that's of no concern. All right, guys, that's it for this video. Let me know in the comments below what you thought. And if you're still here, you must have found something interesting
Oh my god, I
or
love
insightful.
comic
So
credits.
do drop a like.
I didn't
Maybe
grow
even
up
consider
with them,
subscribing
and now
joining
I
this
like
community.
found them.
We're
I'm
growing
like,
so fast. I really
you're
can't
really
thank you enough for all
awesome,
joining me
but
on
they're
here.
so messy.
And I'll see you all in my next video. But if you're somehow not sick of me yet,
And if
you
I'm
can go
this
here
messy
or
as
here
an
to check out
adult, I
some of
can
my
see
other
why my
content you
mom
might just
didn't let
enjoy.
me have them. Oh man, they're awesome though. Mm. I'd rather have a tomato or like a piece of fruit than a candy. Speaking of which, or fruits.
My fellow Canadians, I, your Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, am here to save the day once again. What does that mean?
Christina
It has come to
Freeland.
my attention that Pierre Poilievre has weaponized the fruits. Like what? Like the apple. Yes, you heard me right. He ate the apple and used its energy to spew hate and supremacy. What does that mean? Towards a dear friend.
Oh man.
A CBC reporter. People always say that I stand up for my friends. Like which people would say that? People like my mom. Well,
Oh my goodness.
I will not stand for this. Starting tomorrow, I will ban all apples in Canada, including crab apples and all apple products. Canada has no place for hate and supremacy. Furthermore, tomorrow will be declared National No Hate Apple Day. As your awesome leader, you're welcome, and God bless me. What are you talking about?
Awesome. Speaking of good satire, here comes another.
Being a greasy politician is not as easy as I make it look. In fact, I require about 7 days leading up to any public appearance so that I am able to fully neglect all forms of personal hygiene. I like to start my mornings off with a tea brewed from the tears of Canadians.
Mm-hmm.
Salty. One of the steps in my morning routine is I practice freezing bank accounts because you never know when you're going to have to freeze somebody's bank account if they start protesting or something like that. Here we go. Okay, this guy looks like he's speaking out a little bit too much. Okay, boom, frozen. Okay, here's another one. Okay, yeah, You have some conservative views that we don't like, so here we go. Frozen. Okay, one more. Okay, Frozen. Oh, it feels so good. Who's an evil dictator? You are. Who's an evil dictator? You are. You are. So, if you don't have the privilege of 7 days to just allow your hair to get greasy, I'm going to take you along on a morning routine so that you can achieve the same look. One of the things I do while I'm getting ready and putting on my makeup, I like to practice my evil laugh in the mirror. Okay. So, if you are not able to waste 7 days getting your hair greasy, you can go to Whole Foods and purchase a bottle of this for $78. If you can't afford to go to Whole Foods, then and you're part of the middle class or one of those who are working hard to join it, you can just go to Walmart and pick this up. This is called olive oil. It's great for making your hair greasy. So I'm going to show you how I put that in my hair to achieve just a nice stringy look. We're going to work on that right now. So you just take your olive oil and you're going to pour it into a cap here. And you just want to dip your fingers in there. We're just going to add some to the root, okay? The place where you really notice grease. Yeah, I know it doesn't look great. You wouldn't typically think this is how you want to show up on camera, but this is what we're going for here. Okay, so
I just got off work. That's and I mean,
we're really just looking for a nice stringy look here. Okay, you see here how it's nice and stringy.
I don't think Eastern European girls can really grow our hair.
That is absolutely perfect. Okay. So now we have achieved the appearance of having not showered in 7 days. It's absolutely perfect. We're ready to go to the House of Commons.
Yeah, or Chernobyl. Yeah, you kind of need some fillers in there to make it look. You either go string or fluffy. Oh dear. This one was like, yeah. Hi, Kitty. Hi, Kitty.
In today's submission for the Darwin Awards, we have these people. They are casually allowing a lioness to, well, stroll right up into their open-sided safari cart, which is probably a bad idea to start with, and sniff around for a little while, thinking that it's trying to be cute and cuddly. Newsflash, people, that's a murder cat. And it's not trying to be cute and cuddly. It's smelling dinner. And you see what's going to happen is while you're not looking, she's over there going to talk to her boy. You know, the one with the big hair, right? And tell him which one to go for first. He's going to come over, take his big claw, rear back, and slap you in the side of the head, which your head will then roll completely off your neck onto the ground somewhere and be scooped up by the rest of the pride. All while you film it. Well, I'm going to formally submit you for the Darwin Awards because you're probably going to be a winner.
Well, yeah, wait. Okay, big kitty. Okay, big kitty. I like hugs and all, but
Thank you, Mr. Allred, the gentleman from Texas. My colleague just said worried about Trump.
Oh my God, this
Democrats are
pomegranate
not
is
worried
so good.
about Trump taking down speech if he's reelected. We're worried about him taking down people if he's reelected. He's already silenced many of those on
Except
that side
I'm
of the
eating
aisle.
it like a 6-year-old.
So many of the Republicans that I came here to Congress with are afraid of saying half of what they would really like to say about President Trump or about a lot of other issues because has a base that they feel afraid of, that they may lose their political positions if they have true free speech in that party. So we're not worried about him taking down people's speech. At this point, he's been emboldened enough to believe that he can take people down. And that's the real fear.
Get in. We're going to therapy.
I don't know why I'm pulling this up, but this one is actually a pretty cool hack. I might get a strike, but I'll risk it. Oh my God, my ears finally popped. It's been painful for days. That's why I didn't stream on Monday. Well, a lot of reasons. But... I'm making such a mess of myself with this pomegranate. Oh God. I might speed this up. I think I'm going to speed this one up. I don't normally play them at extra speed, but I actually have a lot of clips with this one. Here's the settings. Okay. Playback speed. No, we're going to go all the way to 2. No, come on. No, not extra slow. I know it's easy. No, we're going to go fast. Go fast. There you go. You kind of get the idea, though. It's actually pretty effective. You get the idea with this. I want to go back to Ireland. Wow. Things you don't see on the CBC, eh? Pretty crazy, eh? God, it's windy there. To have that many people out when it's like, hey man, it's a start, but we're gonna like stand up. Of course, the Irish are always on the protests, but Canadians are just really. I mean, and that's a good channel.
We're in Moscow tonight. We're here to interview the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. Almost 3 years ago, the Biden administration illegally spied on our text messages and then leaked the contents to their servants in the news media.
You can find it on my blog.
They did this in order to stop a Putin interview that we were planning. Last month, we're pretty certain they did exactly the same thing once again. But this time, we came to Moscow anyway.
Do I have any pomegranate left? It's like eating dragon skin. I love it. Oh God! Well, I think we've all established she's given up on her job.
Tucker Carlson is in Moscow and just confirmed that he's going to be interviewing Russian President Vladimir Putin. He argues that Americans have a right to know all they can about a war they're implicated in. Carlson contended in his preview video that the Biden administration has opposed and even attempted to hinder his attempts to interview Putin. Do you have...
Wait, say that last part again?
He said that the Biden administration has allegedly attempted to prevent him from interviewing Vladimir Putin. Do you have a comment on either the interview or that allegation?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not a comment, or absolutely not that isn't happening?
Absolutely not a comment, to be more clear, period.
Thank you.
I actually want to go back to your question. It's a ridiculous premise and a ridiculous statement that was made. about this administration. So I just want to be very yes. I just want to be very, very clear. It's just ridiculous.
No, it's not actually. It's not actually. I don't see the big deal.
Here's why we're doing it.
I really
First,
don't see the
because
big
it's our
deal.
job.
Sorry,
We're in journalism.
I'm really cold.
Our duty
I
is
turned
to
up my
inform
heat,
people.
but it's just
2
not
years into a
warming
war
up.
that's reshaping the entire world, most
Plus,
Americans are not informed.
pomegranate
For
was
example,
really
since
cold.
the day the war in Ukraine began, American media outlets have spoken to scores of people from Ukraine, and they've done scores of interviews with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We ourselves have put in a request for an interview with Zelensky. We hope he accepts. But the interviews he's already done in the United States are not traditional interviews. They are fawning pep sessions specifically designed to amplify Zelensky's demand that the U.S. enter more deeply into
Well
the war
said.
in Eastern
I
Europe
don't argue
and pay
with
for it.
this. We're not
That is not
seeing both
journalism.
sides of the
It
war.
is government
Everyone
propaganda.
jumped onto
Propaganda
this
of the
one
ugliest kind. The
because
kind
they
that kills
hate
people.
Russia more than
At the same time,
Ukraine.
our politicians and media outlets have
And they
been
don't
doing
even
this,
know it's like cousins
promoting
fighting
a foreign
laundering
leader like
money.
he's a new consumer brand. Not a single Western journalist has bothered to interview the president of the other country involved in this conflict, Vladimir Putin. Most Americans have no idea why Putin invaded Ukraine or what his goals are now. They've never heard his voice. That's wrong. Americans have a right to know all they can about a war they're implicated in, and we have the right to tell them about it because we are Americans too.
Thank you, Elon. Oh, this is hilarious.
How do you feel about being called a fascist? What's your opinion?
I don't care being lied about.
Why is it a lie?
Because I'm not a fascist. I believe in a free society. Let me ask you, who's the fascist? The guy that's smiling in the sun, or the 500 people barking trying to prevent me from speaking?
Yeah, that's how it goes now. I don't know if I want to pull up another one. I kind of want to do. But then I'm like going through. Oh no, I can pull up that one. Just give me a second. I have more. I just gotta reload it. Do not start that again. I'm gonna make up a like. Nope, that's not it. No. Oh, I didn't publish it, did I? Is that it? No. Where did it go? It disappeared. Give me a minute. It should be published. That's not it. No. Okay, that one didn't need to. Oh, where is it? Something happened. No, I lost something. Which one was it? No, I lost a whole blog. This sucks. Oh, where'd it go? That's not it. That's not... Oh my god, I lost something. No. I'm sorry. Oh. I thought it published. No, it might be... Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay, I found it. It was just like... Oh, God. It just like... I'm getting a glitch where... So if I write it at one day, it publishes... Even though I publish it today, it shows up when I started writing it. So I'm just like... this is going to be fun. Where are you? See if I can even find it. That it? No. No, I think I pulled that one up. Oh, God. Sorry. Give me a second. This is annoying. It's just a glitch in my website, and because it doesn't seem to matter when I write it. You know, I'll publish it, and then it's like a few days later it'll actually go through. I'm going to have to shut this down and restart this. Thank you for coming. I'm just going to actually find something to play at the end. Sorry, I need to fix this. This is really going to bug me otherwise, and I will be totally neurotic on my stream. And I'm actually at the 4.5 hour mark. I kind of want another little bit of nibbles in me, and I might start up in a bit. Oops, wrong button. See, I just need a minute. This is all. I'll be back in a minute. Oh my goodness, sorry. Thank you for joining me. Love you so much. Have a good night or day or